Feels like the options are wide open for Saw right now. Astralis don't seem to know for sure what's going to come their way, but it is a fake towards inside. They're actually pushing through ladder, and they're already crossing the E-box. Magisk is going to have a couple of very difficult pixel peak angle shots to be able to net a frag if possible, and Device back against the wall, USP in hand, and two players peeking will take him down, not allowing him to get a kill. Dupree chimes in. He was fantastic on that first map. Magisk will also grab a headshot, and that leaves it a 3-on-2 situation that suddenly becomes 2-on-2. Magisk hit slightly low. The Dodo has the bomb, and he's trying to plant it. Magisk, he gets all of the kills. He cannot be stopped. This was a fantastic start for Saw to get that much map control, that many kills, and then all of it to be in vain, of course, as so much damage goes the way of Astralis towards the end, making that an easier round to win. You think when Device dies at the back of Ivy, there's no chance for him. Here's that instant replay we're going to check out. Magisk, because he really just handles all of these different fights. Obviously, the IGL right now for Astralis, it's got to be a frustrating thing, especially when you come that close to winning a pistol round. You know, I famously played against iBuyPower a long time ago, and with my team, and it was a very humble team. We played in a qualifier tournament, and we won both pistols versus iBuyPower and lost 16-2. And that tells you a lot about how sometimes easy it can be to win a pistol round, even if you're playing against a better team. So that may be Saw's, one of their only chances to get a head start in this game. Yugi and Dupree firing off with the SMGs. Lots of money made here. Only one kill going to the M4. But overall, Saw, 2 kills in the round so far. Deagle still on the board. Chance for Arky to make it a majority death round. This would be fantastic, of course, for the T side. And keep the CT economy honest. One of the most important stats in these early rounds when we're playing CSGO is how many kills can you get with those pistols, and force rebuys. If you kill only 2, they don't have to rebuy. They can always afford to rebuy. If you kill 3, that's when things get a bit hairy, and the T's can keep the CTs within 1 of saving. At this moment, Astralis up now 2-0. They maintain the 3 alive. They upgrade a couple of guns, and they've got some money left over in the bank. Saw will try to net a bomb plant if possible. They've upgraded to just P250s in this moment. And I think the biggest travesty of all in that pistol round was the fact that they couldn't get the design. Ultimately, Snappy now pushing out, getting a lot of information, but the information is not worth the price of his life. He ends up dying. The fast flank is here, but with his teammate dead, Dupree is now in a precarious spot. He does not want to fall, but he won't. He's got 3 kills with this SMG. Oh my god, the ace! All ready to kick things off. Dupree, fantastic plays by him. And again, if he dies, 3v5 instantly. His Snappy's dead on the inside. They can push to inner or outer, and both sides can be relatively weak. A really, really rough start here for Saw, as Dupree just lines him up and knocks him down like bowling pins. Fantastic work from him with this MP9. That is just beautiful. And again, one of the only silver linings for Astralis in their match versus NIP a little bit earlier. So we're getting positioning here to set up for the outside smokes. There are CTs crossing throughout outside, trying to recollect some information, trying to reclaim some information, I should say. Magisk in the front of the sandwich smoke, kind of behind behind blue, looking to make sure nobody's in Olaf. This is the kind of thing you need to do on CT side when teams throw this first layer exec, and Device opens up the round for Astralis in total with this hot frag. Try peek down Ivy. No chance for our men back there. This leaves Saw in a very tough spot. So how do they make up ground now? They are going to move out throughout the box halls. They've still got presence at Ivy, which I really appreciate. Sometimes teams, when they get thinned down in a lead like this, they jump too quickly to trying to pull off lurks. In this case, it feels like Saw are looking quite composed and are still thinking about how to carefully approach map control. No team is perfect, especially not Astralis at the moment, and they should always hold out hope that they can force Astralis to make a mistake. And so here's Roman trying to get some of that information. Fortunately, Dupree, kind of one of the best ladder players, and one of the worst threats they can actually have to fight. Man, he is doing so much work. Those are the 2 frags that'll really wrap this up. Magisk chimes in as well, finally getting his kill on Olaf, leaving just to work this out for the man. Seems like his time is limited. Device begins the round and ends it. Deagle kill to his name. And it's a tough spot because on one perspective, if you come into the game expecting to lose, you're going to play scared. And if you play scared, you play predictably. If you play predictably, you will lose. And that's what Astralis are hoping. On the other hand, if you rush too often, you maybe give up chances to get kills, which keeps rounds close, which ultimately breaks down the CT economy. But you've got to have this balance between the both to be able to have an overall sustainable path to victory. And so SAW need to make sure they keep the tempos changing throughout this half, even if they are a little bit nervous. That's some great damage here, as we can see by the new HUD. Exactly how much damage is dealt from those nades and device. Another opening off frag, opening O frag, and Magic Boy as well will ride in tandem with that kill to make this round look pretty good here for Astralis. Yugi is a next line of defense at the top of Ivy. He's been relegated to the Falmus. Great grenades come with the jersey, I guess. He drops one at the back of Ivy. It does one hell of a lot of damage. And there is a boost up on Ivy, just preying on the thought that Yugi might overextend. Just a bit too much. And look at this device. He's in the box holes. He's got an AWP. He's looking to push, potentially. And Muterus, does he know what's coming? Oh my god, do his op senses tingle enough? Muterus, instant Tech 9 headshot as you see the little T-cap pop up at the bottom of his scope. That is quite a funny sight. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And Muterus now in a 3v3 situation with an op recovered does make this a precarious spot for Astralis. They've rotated everybody inside. Yugi is playing flex in the Z, thinking about how to assist with the ladder cross, and Snappy looks like he's done believing that it's inside. Just in time for SAW to actually rotate out. He'll also get a kill from his new position in Ivy, and yeah, this is where things could potentially go from bad to worse. I think the off is in the right hand, so maybe Muterus, he can make a case for himself. But no, it's going to be Snappy to grab all three. Comes off the back of fantastic rotates from Astralis to adjust by going from inside to outside. They have a good read on the situation at all times, and it feels like they're following SAW, no matter where they're going. In that moment, they had the rotate inside with three. As soon as SAW said, hey, let's not go inside, it might be a bit obvious, SAW went back to ladder, back to T-Con, and Astralis were right there waiting for them at every single turn. So definitely playing a good read game right now. Astralis instantly on fire with a quick 5-0 start into this match. Now Dupree dropping the nade into the back of T-Con. Yugi pushing up box halls with the AWP. Fire lands at his feet. Ooh, player goes flying across device's screen, and the badminton reactions are not quite enough to be able to catch that kill. So Dupree here as the forward man outside. This is a mercenary. He's always alone. He's going to be in ladder sometimes. He can't always expect to get traded, but you want to put one of your best fraggers. Entry fraggers are great here. We know Fur famously has championed this position, Dupree as well, and these are players that are going to consistently win fights, and that's kind of all you want. Players who don't expect help. They aren't the needy. They're kind of like self-activating units of destruction. Dupree, he's going to get the first kill off of Flash, drop a Molotov to push them back, deny information, but it looks like he doesn't want to just deny information. He wants to get some information for himself as well. However, Roman will punish him for that peek, and this opens up the round a bit more for SAW. Device, wow, that was a chance to take out Just if he had been there just a moment sooner. Yugi can't trade in this situation and actually push the CTs back. A little bit, and the two new guys on the team, Snappy and Yugi, are going to try to perform some kind of retake. No, seems unlikely. Instead, they'll just go for what'll clearly be the save. Yeah. So this round really rested on a knife's edge on a couple of those kills. I think following Dupree throughout the entire round would have told you that Astralis were doing quite well. He got the info on ladder, the first kill in T-Con, a lot of map control in T-Con. Maybe he pushed that to the limit a little bit, overextended in T-Con to die. Maybe on another day he definitely hits that shot. It's hard to say. But then you combine that with Device dropping his op kill in the Ivy, and you say, okay, Well, we've got a real round here, and I think it all comes because of Saw's persistence at keeping multifaceted levels of map control. Always keeping attention at Ivy, which is a thing that teams shy away from too often, to fighting back into T-Con just in case there may be a push. And I think that needs to be underscored, that it is a highlight of Saw's play that they're making sure to have a very layered attack on Train. And of course, because this is a best of one, we're always going to see a map that both teams are likely to want to play. And for Saw, I guess we can see why. So what happens now? We've got the 4-man setup outside. The first tier executes, as we can see on the mini map outside, to deny any information in front of Sandwich. But the counter smoke plus the push up is able to kind of counter the potential of that Sandwich smoke from the T side and force Saw to now look for info somewhere else. There's been a lot of slow rounds here for Saw, and that's a bit worrying. Astralis, they're going to hold on to grenades a lot longer. As we can see, they've still got 3 incendiaries left over. Dupree still has a smoke. They've got 3 or 4 smokes in total, and that means that when Saw do decide to execute, they have a high potential to get counter grenaded. So I think the one thing I would say for Saw is they probably want to be a bit more unpredictable, or at least feign presence. Throw some more utility in the early round to bait out the Molotovs if possible, to bait out some of the smokes that you of course only get to carry one of, and from there move into executes. But now the smoke down at Ivy with 40 seconds remaining, Magus is going to have eyes trained on it like a hawk, holding down this spot. There's not a friend here to help him out. Yuki is on the other side of the smoke. First kill will not go his way. A great opening frag from Uterus. Yugi drops his smoke defensively to help him out. Movement around the ladder to get new lines of sight. He goes up top. It takes out Dodo, and that puts him in a great spot and his team in an even better spot. They can't make progress outside. It all comes down to Yugi's hold.
Damn, man, your play-by-play is getting better, Mohan.
Oh my God! Thank you so much for
Can you hear me, buddy? Yeah. Hey, bud.
Yes. Okay.
How's it going? I heard you say Yugi doesn't have a friend to help him out here, and I figured that would be my cue. So
yeah, that was my cry for help. That was my cry for help. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, hey man.
7 rounds deep, I see. Looks like Astralis' match versus Saw is going a little bit better than it did versus Nip. I am ready to catch up with what I've missed. Take me through it.
Okay, so basically, Astralis have been doing all the regular stuff, and Saw have been moving fairly slowly throughout the round. Device has gotten 3 opening picks, including this round, so far this match. All of those have resulted in the round win. And so Astralis is doing a great job of holding grid, and there hasn't been much trouble. A lot of what you'd expect, I think, from this matchup.
All right, well, ramp, and then also the assist for the deep grenade coming off of Device. Dodo can't do much more than that, though. Yugi's gonna counter-op him. Astralis to the 7th. Damn, they kept all of their grenades as well. The money's looking good for Astralis. Seems like I've come into a very one-sided affair. Great time for a pause.
Saw are going to play Train. One thing that's cool is that they are giving a lot of love to all choke points on the map. So there's a lot of Ivy presence, and there's a lot of Ivy presence, a lot of T-Con presence, a lot of ladder presence, a lot of box halls, people, and it feels like they are kind of keeping everything in check.
That's kind of impressive.
It's kind of cool. Yeah, it was not bad. I mean, if he died, they probably would have lost the round. So it was really
hungry to find this opening pick. Arky's going to creep inwards. One body shot anywhere with that Desert Eagle is going to take Device down. So, I mean, this is a duel that never looks favorable until you've got this sort of a situation. Snappy, he's able to peel off one. Device on the high ground, still looking to find a little bit of impact, but losing Snappy and being on 20 HP, he realizes he is in a really tough position. His rotators aren't necessarily that close just yet. Yugi trying to rattle off the op, but they've gotten their bomb plant. They're staying 4 alive. There's that M4 over on Roman as well. Now they decide to go for their peak, almost lining up the bodies. Device, he takes more damage, but he's still so low. Here's the peak up from Just. Tech9 down on 2. And Dupree has to clutch this. Smoke on top of the bomb. He can just drop the flashbang if he wants to serve as an insurance. Oh my god, he took it.
Oh my god, yeah, he won that. He was just a hair away from getting stabbed in the back. That is such a rough round to lose. They end up getting into the site, getting all the kills they need to. 2-on-1 situation. Lots of time left over. Dupree doesn't even trade anyone, just jumps on it. Oh my goodness. Dupree beats his chest. Sometimes he looks like Donkey Kong, and it was so funny because I think it was after they won one of the majors. I was like with them outside. Paula was there, and Paula was like, "Yo, Dupree, what kind of music are you listening to on your headphones?" And he was like, "Donkey Kong music." It was like the Donkey Kong theme music. Actually, after they won a major, that's his favorite. Wow,
It's the secret, perhaps. Arky and Just. Bunch of kills over towards the B site, running that bomb down the ramp, already trying to get it in, and all the while we have to worry about this lurk. It's gonna be a big issue. Out of Z, perhaps could come Just. Device looking deep, trying to find this op shot to connect, but he's all on his own now. He's very wary of the flank and just walks away. Almost unfair what they are doing to Device right now. He takes to the high side of the train. Looking for the deep angle, looking for the pick that could get him into this, but I think he's starting to realize this one is too far gone. He's just going to have to give it up. He's so desperate for something, but they give him nothing. Playing with Device.
Obviously a great move to rotate very quickly. Even if it's hurt to the back of ladder, there's not much Device can do there to guarantee the kill. One thing they do grab is the 4 frags and also drop the op in that closing moment. So it's a nice win for Device to be able to stand in the site as it explodes and just to shave off any little bit of economy that he can grab. But yeah, he gives it. Oh, here's some roaring fans. This is the ultimate Zoom call right here. I love this.
Look at him go. Bunch of Zoomers, just as loud as they were in Portugal last time we stopped by. I am not surprised to see them showing up in full force.
So Saw, I mean, do they have a chance? They won that round. It was a bit too close. They're doing a lot more of the same so far, but the trades are getting a bit better. So I would like to hold out some hope. I think based on what we've seen, there could be potential for a little bit of a closer half. That's a good opening kill from Arky, and the trade will come in. Snappy goes down 1 for 1, but Dupree immediately comes up the ladder. But Magic ends up getting killed. I mean, this flank, it's worth its weight in gold, but not if you don't have teammates to cause a distraction. And the bomb goes down middle sight. Muterus takes out Dupree.
You said it. You said it perfectly. If you don't have those teammates to cause a distraction, it's not going to be as impactful. And you saw Dupree get checked just before he was going to stop the bomb planter by Muterus, who was moving forward, saw nothing ahead of him, figured why not check that flank. And sure enough, he sniffs out Dupree. That was going to hurt because this could have been Astralis stopping the bomb. It would have given Yugi a chance to play more individually and maybe they'd claw into it. But hey, we're starting to see something happen here. Saw 2 rounds in a row, getting the score up to 8-3. It's still not their map, but it's better.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, very well said. It's definitely better, and it comes down to, are Astralis going to continue to take these aggressive options early on and give them a chance to get into the round, or do they want to try to tighten things up and play the longer con situation? So I think that's what it comes down to for Astralis. But as for Saw, because they spread out in their default, the one-tap camera, it looks just like the Forest camera. It was almost the exact same fight, which is just wonderful. So, yeah, it comes down to how Astralis want to play. Are they going to push up again, or are they going to play back and let the round draw out into the 5v5? I feel like, from what we've seen from Astralis, now that Dad's not home, the way that Magus has been calling has been a lot more faster paced, maybe more on the aggressive side. Maybe that's to ease up a little bit and to allow the players to be more in a more comfortable space. And of course, limited practice time between the five that we're seeing on your screen. But I think, as far as I'm concerned, anything can work if they do it well. Here on this round, Yugi has an AWP, but everybody else has just the pistols to work with. And Saw still are just going to make sure that they aren't employing one of their aggressive options one more time. It's this exchange of information in the T-Con, as we're so used to seeing, and Muterus seems aware of that fact as well.
He's waiting him out. Just playing it patient, and now he activates. Clearing Dupree up close and personal. And we're going to watch Astralis start to scramble here, trying to get those players back into the A site, looking to find some impact with the little that they have. And Yugi, well, he's already bagged the first one, so there is this tantalizing chance. Device with the Deagle, another kill off the frag grenade from Snappy. It's turned back to the man advantage, and Arky's looking for the frags up close. He's getting this pressure. He's feeling the heat. Sand can't quite connect his shots. Now he's dropped the bomb, and Muterus is going to have to do everything. Essentially a 1 versus 3. 7 seconds left over. He has to go, and he knows.
Wait a second.
Yugi just jumps across, and the time comes back to bite him. Astralis win the round.
My goodness, within just one bullet, he was so close. There's a couple of rounds here, including the pistol round, that you weren't fortunate enough to see, where it came down to such low HP. There was actually great entries once again, but yeah, just these last waning moments and an amazing deal shot from Device to ice him out. We could see him jumping away. That is so crazy how close he got to being able to win that.
Yeah, part of me can't believe that Yugi jumped over. I mean, he had two options. Either he stays into the close corner knowing that the last player is coming for him and just tries to hit the op shot at like the 1 second mark, or he guarantees that he can at least run away, but gives the chance of getting killed midair there. An unbelievable gull there from Yugi to make the play, but hell, it works. Astralis, 9 rounds, 6-point lead, back in control, so it seems. Full double op setup, but Arky solo. Oh no, there's a second next to him. That is the bomb. And it doesn't want to go downward, seeing as Device picks up the first kill.
Maybe they were trying to bait the Z player into outside, and if they were going to spot no one there, they could have walked out. That could have potentially been the play. They had some Ivy presence, but Device, yeah, they didn't have a reason to rotate, I guess, because Astralis were fine with their forward A control and weren't so concerned with what was going on in Ivy at all.
More kills being exchanged here. Magisk able to pick one up through the side of the smoke, and Yugi, well, he's a little pressured in this situation. So good job by Device to come over and alleviate one of the problems, but just goes down. Roman answering up in the box halls. I mean, he's the bomb carrier at the end of the day. And he can make this clutch play if he wants, but there's a player beneath him, they've got all the info, and he doesn't really have a way out, no matter where he heads.
Yeah, he's definitely, yeah, he's a cat in the corner at the moment, being painted in, and the Device will stand in the same spot that he opened the round to close it out. So again, it's another easy round, you know, you'd say, for Astralis. The default wins. It's an aggressive, sneaky play from Saw that tries to work out. I think where they're missing a few layers is sometimes just striking a balance, as I talked about a little bit earlier, between going fast and doing things slow in their default. And I feel like Astralis, they're really gelling well with the fact that Saw are taking slight risks, but without any kind of serious potential for a fake, and Astralis are just not biting on any of the small bits of presence that they're making on other parts of the map. I feel like Saw, it would be great if they maybe committed a bit more seriously to some of their fakes, but that's a great shot. I mean, Device, yeah, he doesn't even stand a chance. Instant AK headshot down the ramp. 2 players have rotated in behind them. Saw on these spots have decided to rocket back. They almost never act on their opening kill, and I think it looks like this time around they do commit down after a slight delay. Snappy, he's in a position to get a kill, but yeah, between the 2 flashes, he gets off.
One from Dupree. Bombs drop. Really no chance at all here for Arky. Smoke's going to fade, and he's going to have that little bit of an element of surprise, but trade frag As expected, Astralis to the 11th. I mean, one more to go, and Saw, they desperately want this 4th one.
Nothing would mean more. Nothing would mean more. What is the buy? They've got enough money to. They've got enough money to buy all the Blast merch that you could dream of. Okay, over at shop.blast.tv, they could get every size and every color with the amount of money that they have. And I can't think of a better way to spend your money.
Spend it all. Who needs savings? When you've got swag. Roman? Back in from the ladder room. Oh, he finds a back-turned device. That's curious. You would have thought that Dupree could have had that covered from the trains. I mean, you see the grenade come in just a moment after. So they're going to be looking at a way to recuperate the kills. And Dupree in from the corner. Poor Muterus. He walks right by the smoke, goes unchecked, and immediately we have Astralis back in with a man advantage. Magisk looking to single out Just, but the Galil, of all things, bests the M4. He is lucky to be alive. They are lucky to be even 3v3, but they're also not committing off of anything just yet. Saw gonna go back at the bomb. Take their time. They've got a minute.
We saw they tried a walk down ramp contact play in the past when they were high on numbers. This would maybe be a better situation to try it. They know that number one, device is dead. And he was a Z-Flex rotator, and they don't know if anybody else would try to refresh his position or be as static down the A ramp as we saw in the past. So it looks like they are taking their attention over towards the B site. We'll see where the focus is, if it's towards the lower ramp or towards upper. And it'll put a lot of pressure on Snappy, who's deciding to play passive. It looks like Astralis are going to concede the site if they do decide to come in and maybe play for retake. So probably a good move here from Saw.
Back behind the oil tankard, Snappy pushing up, and they haven't seen this. Roman, oh, he does look down, and he's going to get Snappy. This is that man advantage they'd be hoping for. Yugi looking for the flashbang, looking for the exit, looking to create that space to move outwards, and he's not going to find it, so they swap the op over. This is going to open up Yugi. Let's see how his rifle work pans out. He has been impressing us, but he's off-caught by Roman, peeking out for the headshot, leaving it all on Dupree. He's got nothing to lose here. He's got to play desperate. He's just going to sprint in as these terrorists undoubtedly take their 4th round. So, Saw doing enough of a T-side to help us believe in that defense. Damn. Giving it up just in order for them to have that grain of thought, that chance in CT side.
Já sei. Só, graças a Deus, não nasci Astralis.
Easy, bora.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world of being here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, alright?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. A second from the lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold.
He does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go!
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring final.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone.
He peeks wide.
And that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faceland.
Don't put me live.
Hello, everybody. We are back with the second half. We've got an 11-4 half, a 19-kill half for Mr. Dupree. He has been fantastic today, and the only man from SAW just to get over 10 kills is just. He's done it. He's broken that margin, and we can see the impact on some of those rounds. He was doing a great job with the trades, and SAW, they came close to winning a few of these rounds. I think it's surprising to see that the half was only 11-4 considering the pistol and other things, but already into this one, the T side is looking very strong. This rush is furious, but we've got Arky from up top to take down 2 and lure a third into the site. The bomb's going to commit over now. Magisk comes through with a fantastic trade from long distance. Very unfavorable spot for him with the Glock, and there is a significant amount of map control for the T's here to work with. The CT's in a very rough spot, just doesn't know that Snappy's here, and there's also the flank through Z, and things go from bad to worse as the CT's drop like flies, but Sedodo has gotten himself on the defuse. 2 seconds left over. Dupree trades him through the smoke, and he turns his 19-kill half into 21 as we move right into round 16. Well, would you look at that? That is a pretty smooth start into the second half for Astralis, and it's another head-scratcher for SAW. Really sad to see because they had so many things go well for them in that pistol round. Once again, the bait into the back of sight by Arky, pulling the bomb here to commit. But then the answer back from Dupree to come around from Z. And of course this man, the closer, is going to be able to get the last kill on top of everything else. And SAW will have to decide now if they want to force up into the execute. And sometimes, if you don't laugh, you will cry. As we can see from our men on the screen, Dupree looking very animated as usual. Astralis, we saw them buy majority SMGs in the first and second rounds. Second and third round in the first half. Probably expect more of that into this one. As for SAW, what an eco strat can be is a question mark. They have enough to get scouts. What we normally see on train, of course, is the 2 scout buy that is complemented well with a couple of deagles, maybe a CZ, and some nades. And the potential, of course, is very high if your scouts get a couple of tags. If your scouts get a couple of tags, everyone's within 1 shot. It's the great equalizer, really, these scouts. So it'll come down to if Astralis will spend too much time getting scouted or if they can do a good job of finding exploitable spots without exposing themselves to these dastardly scopes. And here's a replay from that second round that we were just talking about. Dupree with the MP9, grabbing an ace, snagging an ace. And another one of these tragic situations where the bomb diffuser narrowly escapes, and it seems to be Dupree is kind of has run a series of tragedies in favor of Astralis and against Saw in that first half. So many counts of it, and yeah, it's a shame to see. It's a tough pill to swallow. We run this game back, I really think we'd get a different scoreline in favor of Saw. Maybe not 12-4 in favor of Saw, but maybe more like a 9-6 in favor of Astralis. Definitely a couple more rounds, I think. I feel like Saw could have definitely gotten. So we've got a tech pause called, of course. We want to just make sure that everybody, that the competitive integrity of the game is maintained by making sure the server is all right. Everyone's very comfortable. And although the production has been fantastic at this event, and it looks like a LAN, these guys are definitely playing online. And so we want to make sure that they have the right server so everyone feels good and can hit shots. This Astralis lineup, it's a very interesting one. I think the most interesting and weird part is that, Snappy and Esatag both came from Heroic, but I think maybe Esatag, because he is still a player for Heroic, he can't play at this tournament, but I would have anticipated Esatag to be playing in place of Snappy, considering there is some IGL overlap here between him and Magisk, who I don't think is given the reins over just for this match alone. Now we'll look at the blast scores of the team lineup as it stands. Of course, Tom Cruise with 92, 8 shy of an A plus grade, and pretty much everybody else is very consistent. And I think the real magic of Astralis is the fact that in most maps in their history, in their big wins, almost everybody has a 0.7 or better KPR, and I think that is the hardest part for any newcomers to try to fill the shoes of. To have an average of a 0.7 to 0.8 versus every top team, I think is the real difficulty. I think there is definitely a conversation about how Astralis are ultimate tacticians and do a lot of great grenade damage. And we've got who's winning the best zoom background? Well, I mean, we've got a guy upside down with the
he's rotating.
A funeral meme behind him. Yeah, and he's spinning. We've got a handmade MS Paint Danish flag.
Whoa. Look at them all. Look at them all, Mohan.
Yeah, that's at least 40,000 people here in the Zoom call.
Seems like it. I'm curious to see just how creative we can get throughout this event in terms of our fan cams. I have high expectations.
I mean, we can leave it to the fans. Yeah, we can leave it to the fans to get creative. We can watch how creative they can get. I mean, we don't even need Blast to get creative. People are already going to start off on day one with Zoom backgrounds like that.
You just gotta. What is it? You gotta build the circuses, and they will come. And that's kind of what we've done here. We've given them the template, we've given them the platform, and now they are going to perform.
Connor, did you just turn the phrase if you build it, they will come into if we build the circuses, they will come?
Something about circuses, yeah, man. Yeah. I'm trying to keep up, okay? I'm trying to keep up here, mole man. I do that often. I think it's something I've just got to start embracing. It used to be, what was it? It was back against the wall and against the ropes. Became back against the ropes. That was always a guilty
Which, hey, it happens in
mine.
boxing. It happens in boxing, so that's okay. But yeah, we had ungodlike most recently. Not godly, not ungodly, but ungodlike.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's whatever very specific part of my brain just doesn't seem to make those connections. It's not my
I think
fault.
it's charming.
Don't blame me.
I like it. Okay. Muterus, yeah, he's looking like no neck Ed right now. No neck Ed, Muterus, right here, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who get it, you know.
Maybe he's impossibly short. Like 4'6".
Yeah. Imagine if you were somehow so short that you couldn't take a photo. Like there's no camera that had a tripod that could go low enough for you. That's Muterus.
8-14 though, that's a rough one. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw Saw coming into the server, I knew that they'd be punching upwards, but I kind of had my high expectations set on Roman and Muterus, and that's not what we've gotten so far. It wasn't the hard carry we've seen in the past.
No, it's true. He's kind of the first name that you recognize, but of course, Astralis have 5 that everybody knows, so that's the tough part. Round differential. The NIP leading the score table, +9 in rounds, and that is, of course, versus Astralis.
Damn. Big pickup for them.
Certainly, there is some
Clearly,
kind
Astralis
of
doing a little
round
bit better.
differential from the other. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. EU Group B standings. We're taking a look at this. Mad Lions pull it through versus Fnatic on Mirage. The Mousesports end up winning a game. Mousesports been a mixed bag for them. It's hard to say. I feel like the team couldn't even predict their matches at this point. The team themselves.
Good to see Mousesports with a little sign of life, however. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it was things were turning to the dark side for Mousesports. So a victory is a victory. Now we can see his neck.
Yeah, he has one. Yeah, I know he has one. He is definitely a little bit shorter, but not significantly shorter, like it was made to seem in the profile pictures. Like, there are tripods that are short enough for Muterus. I don't think he's too short to be able to take a photo of, like it was made to seem in the profile pictures earlier.
I think it's fair to also have our Portuguese team down here in the 70s in terms of ratings. You know, it's not inflated just because they qualified for the main event. I like to remind everybody that that these guys, you know, had to defeat opposition even to have a chance, and then their first chance to show us their talent is versus Astralis. And not any Astralis, but an Astralis that's coming off of an upset and probably wanting to change the narrative. So Dupree very much, you know, connecting those shots, turning heads, rolling eyes. But right back into the action, folks, okay? Problem solved, and our game is underway. Astralis still very much in control, and Saw are just going to go for the absolute total hard save. They want as much of a chance in the few feeble gun rounds that they'll get. And I respect that.
As do I, Connor. As do I. So yeah, they're. I'm actually also a little bit surprised they didn't. I mean, we normally see teams buy in this spot, but yeah, best chance to win, I guess. Oh my gosh! And now, are they regretting that they didn't overinvest? Because the USP is to chime in on these kills. There's 3 left in the CTs. They're all in pretty decent spots. They are taking spots of damage here, and the smokes are maybe pushing them into their death. But yeah, they actually came so close after those first 2 kills. They're like, oh man, maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe we should have invested all the way. Maybe we should have got. We should have got
Armor, maybe a flashbang to even throw out to what was left there, because I mean, Astralis, they didn't try to make it overly technical once they had lost those first couple of kills. They just continued on the same trajectory, they continued outwards on the same path, and well, you see it here at the end, just shooting the feet from beneath the train yard. So one flashbang comes out of Z, everybody's blind, maybe the counter terrorists are able to force them to scramble, but none of that made possible by just the straight up vanilla save. But the whole beauty of that round was, of course, to transition into this. Tons of weapons, tons of grenades, and yet still Snappy's able to open up towards this B bomb site. He just fires down the ramp, gets his opening pick, and unfortunately for Saw, I think that the idea of saving these guns is already way too tantalizing for them to try and go for the retake, but even everything they have may not be moved forward. Magisk still lurking, and finding at least one more.
Yeah, no, definitely not doing too bad in that position. So, weird spot in the save. They are going to be hunted down. This could be quite a curious situation for the CTs, depending on how Astralis approach this. Down Ivy is probably what Saw wants the most. So maybe, yeah, Stododo is going to chime in, get an off frag, and decentivize them from going on the hunt. They'll have to eat tomorrow, not tonight. Not tonight.
Bomb pops off, 7 survivors. So, Saw, you have a very long, windy road of a comeback. Good for them, they kept that AWP. At the very least, you know, not even going to have to just resort to straight up rifles. Very curious to see if they can employ it for that opening pick. But Magisk just being a nuisance here, not letting them get away with everything they'd hoped for. At the same time, reserved from Astralis. You know, they could have really tried to force the issue and cleared out all the weapons, knowing the impact that it would have had here in the follow-up. But they let it go by, and probably because they are still confident in this spot. Why wouldn't they be? A little bit of early grenade damage. Device hunting for an opening pick, but nothing to be found in the box halls.
That's true, yeah. The box halls are empty. There's nothing but inventory here, and but they are looking for bodies. Device popping off into a powerful position. Wow, they allow the T's to get a lot of ground here, not expecting this push. But it's the T's to also not expect the push from the CT side. Roman pops off with those 2 frags. 3-on-3 situation. It's actually not a bad spot for both teams.
Yeah, but Dupree, I mean, they're so far out from Z already. Maybe he wraps around this smoke. He's nervous. He's in a tough spot, but all the while, we do have Showdown pushing up onto the bomb site. Dupree behind them. He's going to turn his back. Deals with the man on the bomb. Now looking for the last one, but just answers. And Magisk, he's going to have to finish out this round. He's going to have to secure Astralis, their 15th. He's got the flashbang to do it. He still plays towards ramp. Just time burning down, and now he's gonna have to force the issue. Oh, and he eats it. Fully white. Can't see a damn thing. Desperately gets on top of the bomb. He's gonna try to defuse, and Magisk is having none of that. 16th frag for Magisk, and a 15th round for Astralis.
You know, Dupree is a real two-way player, man. We've seen him be so fantastic on the CT side, and now he's transferring those skills over this way. A very valiant attempt there by Roman to come through when it felt like the entire site was compromised and get a little bit of extra damage in, but it's all consolation kills. Astralis find their 15th. Another one slips through their grasp just slightly, like they were trying to grab sand there. So sad for Saul. They touched it, but they couldn't hold on, and now they might be in a situation where they could lose 15-4, especially with entries like these. However, a trade back from Just means there's still hope.
Some hope. Even for Roman, who's very much pinned in behind these boxes. Yugi's got him tagged up somewhat, but not looking to force the issue, Astralis. Seems like they want to collect their numbers. Device even trying to find this angle on the outer yard, but nobody giving him the shot he hopes for. Molotov to slow down any sort of a push. And Saw at least have some forward positioning here, not only inside of the ladder room, but also close on the exit of T-Con. Device, however, very good at doing exactly this, unraveling bomb sites, weaponizing patience, waiting for the time, but oh, the flash isn't good enough to get the kills. It's a great flashbang, but it's denied by Yugi. He saves it, grabbing himself that second frag. Stododo trying to now move away from the E-box. The wild MP9 spray just gets away from him, and Roman has to clutch this if they want to keep going, which he seems to, as he takes two and looks for that last one. Yugi, who saved them inside of T-Con, has to save them in the clutch, and he'll do exactly that. 16-14 for Astralis. They finish the map on fire.
On the list of things that you hate to see, that is at the top of them. The flash into T-Con, the close clutch attempt by Roman, and man, there was just a series of rounds that you saw that had opportunities and almost closed it out, but just couldn't do it, and couldn't do it in succession.
Tough one indeed, but I mean, they knew what sort of incredible task they had ahead of them. There's the odds, of course, that they thought maybe the upset earlier would be a wounded Astralis, but you know what they say about a wounded animal. It's not a good look for them, but unfortunately, that's where we end this one. Saw valiant effort. We'll see you guys after the break.
ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
Flamey is his kryptonite again.
This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all this is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Sip just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
Yeah, I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
The Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies him. Oh no! A beautiful spray. Electrons him. 16, 14. Now he's doing it.
Who's ready for vitality versus complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16 to 6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Send.
Eles não todos foram dinheiros? Eles forçaram, eles estavam aqui todos, acho eu. Pai 4, estavam pai 4.
Nós ganhamos.
If I'm not mistaken, Thorin, you were just having this discussion on your podcast with Moses and YNK about how sometimes it's hard to read the money in this game right now and how the rounds can get kind of skewed. All of a sudden, your opponent has an up. Where did that come from? I even think Yanko was complaining about it. So, here we have it. Astralis, they redeemed themselves. They do pick up the win on Train versus Saw. And so, gentlemen, I'm going to kick it off. Maniac, would you like to take us away? Any big things that stood out for you here in this match?
Well, I think in light of that performance, you understand that NIP actually did play a great game against Astralis, right? Because they are able to take over against a team of a lesser caliber, right? No disrespect to Saul, but just individually, you could feel that even if, in terms of strategy, there might be some limitation as to what Astralis can offer right now, it does not matter. When the individuals show up, they will take you down. They will hunt you down, even if you might be more prepared on the map. Well, here, we have it on the screen. Dupree, 24 kills, 127 ADR. He was an absolute beast.
He did certainly look good. I mean, again, and you're going to expect Dupree. He's the kind of guy who's going to get out there and look for those duels. I mean, was there anybody else who stood out for you, Thorin, or did it go according to plan as far as Astralis were concerned?
I'll just give a small shout out. He's on the screen there, obviously, with 16 kills to Snappy, because, I mean, a factor that people probably don't think about is you think Snappy's bad because you see him playing against Tier 1 for like 5 years. You take a lot of Tier 1 players, throw them in a team at Tier 3, Tier 4, wherever this Saw team would be, and they could be the guy at the top of the scoreboard. They look like a superhero. So Snappy had no problems whatsoever in this game. Like, he looked like he was outskilling most of the players he was playing against. I will give credit to the guys from Saw. They got more kills than you'd probably expect in a game that you only win 4 rounds on. But even so, like, I think across the board, like, they were never going to be able to deal with someone like Dupree. That is a Tier 1 world-class entry fragger. And then across the board, I mean, Yugi still struggled, but it didn't even matter in this game. In fact, it didn't even matter that they seemed to mess the veto up and go into an angle where I would have thought the Saw guys would like this map. But this is unfortunately the big skill mismatch at this level.
Was it a mess up after all, or did they just need to get the job done on Train? I mean, Dupree, here are some more stats from him in terms of utility, highly effective. Definitely has to make up for Zipnix on that front. The man just knows how to get the damage with the nades. Dupree doing the same thing here. A lot of eco frags as well. And in situations where you thought Saul were going to be able to pull ahead or at least start getting some rounds in, they weren't quite able to just clinch it. And so do you think this is experience, perhaps, and that we can see more? We can expect a higher level from them? They needed to just shake off the nerves of the first match versus Astralis, and then we can see something better from them going forward?
Honestly, I think that Dupree might be a little overcompensated. Look at this play, for example. He is being way too aggressive, right? He already had the first kill. He overstays his welcome middle and then dies. But listen, they have to do that. Like, I think it's part of the package at the moment. Dupree needs to be hyper aggressive. He needs to make the difference. And if any team will allow him to do it, then he will just take over the game. And that's exactly what happened here. Now, as we have seen against NIP, when they go up against a better opposition, that might be problematic. But I'm okay with that. I am okay. You don't have that safe native strategy, so go crazy. You know what? Go ahead.
Zoomer boomers. Alright, these are op kills. Device sitting at the top of the pack with 18, and I hope that we keep up with the Zoomer boomers throughout this tournament, just to see at the end what the final tally is. Acor also, doing pretty well on his side of things. But that is it for our first, let's say, series of matches from the European side of things for the Blast Premier. Was there anything that really stood out for you guys, or are you just raring to go for North America and Furia MIBR that are coming up later?
Well, I mean, first of all, NIP's showing against Astralis was really cool, but I'm waiting to see many other days to form a fixed opinion. Because as you rightfully pointed out, it might just be jitter a little bit on the side of Astralis, might be an avoid performance from NIP, but I'll keep an eye on for that. I'll keep an eye on for NIP and see how they perform in the rest of this showdown.
I think for me, I would say that ENCE actually, listen, I picked them to win the game, but even so, I was quite kind of comforted by some of the things I saw in their play. Like, I do see some potential there. They look like they're getting a lot more of the players on the server, as opposed to the disastrous 6 to 9 months they've had previously. And then over in Group B, I mean, listen, it's still very early days, but that's exactly the sort of Mad Lions you want to see, building upon what they were able to do at Flashpoint, what weren't able to do elsewhere since then. So I hope we can actually see a really strong Mad Lions, and then we'll know if the Mouse Sports, the Fanatics of the world, if they can also join them in getting out of the group, if they're actually quality sides.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, and seeing how Group B plays out. Now that Mouse Sports and Fnatic, they're here. They're in Blast Premier. There was all the hoopla and uproar last time when they weren't competing, where Mouse Sports were a Fnatic. Now they're here. Now it's redemption time, and it's an opportunity for them to shine here and really do some damage. So, guys, we are going to be setting ourselves up for a little bit of a break as well before we get into our second round of matches. And that's how it's going to play out here, Blast Premier day to day, is that we'll have the EU matches throughout the afternoon here on the CE time, and then we'll be moving into the North American matches later on in the evening, early in the morning if you're in North America. So that's, I think, unless we have anything to add, I think it's a good place to go ahead and call for a little break before we move into our match. We should be back in about 45 minutes time. So 45 minutes time, we'll be back with our second series of matches.
week 3 of Blast Premiere. We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills.
They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Beezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
This is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
For this, and it's down to 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the Spring Finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits. Deal? That's what Alexi. No.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream and they will take them down for a second time.
Let's focus, bros. Let's focus like we play pro snap against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here, so I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players that I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster, without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario, and in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiberg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates. The king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimised the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
It's been a shift since Forrest left the team. Of course, he had a big presence.
Forrest leaving NIP is a big deal, not only for us, but for all the fans, the organization, everything. It's going to be strange seeing Forrest on a server, not without the NIP tag, right? But at the same time, he was on Fnatic for a long while before that, and to me, when he joined NIP, he was like, he's Fnatic Forrest.
I think the kind of gap that Forrest leaves behind is one thing I think having a legendary player and one that was very, very good does for your team is even if they're not actually as good as they used to be, in the minds of the people playing with them, they still see the flashes of it, and that will give you confidence. Obviously, you'll think, I'm playing with one of the best players, I'm playing with a guy I looked up to before. And at this point in his career, Forrest can be a complementary player who also has big games and wins you matches. But if you're looking at those like key 1 and 2 big star players, I think those days are behind him at this point in time, and I don't think even he would say he's the best player in the world anymore. So he's in the right sort of team for him, where it can kind of be about personality and the good old times. And I think if you're NIP, you're looking for one of these younger guys, now maybe with that room created, to become the new Forrest.
Definitely. I think the Major took harder on me than I wanted to realize at first. The Major was a real blowout from me individually, and I got a lot of flack from it, from obviously for good reasons as well. And I've been just working hard to find back to the level that I know that I'm able to play at, and I just need to figure out how I can stabilize myself in my mind when it comes to playing those games, so it doesn't get better on me. Even though I've been playing for 15 years, it still gets to me sometimes.
Yeah, it's gonna feel empty without Forrest on the server, since he was the last member of the legendary NIP team from before.
But that's done now. Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster, without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. So there's a lot riding on that. It's going to be very fun to see this new roster at work and see if they can live up to that pedigree.
Of course, sad that Forrest left us, but I think he had his reasons, and I think I wish him the well too. I'm really excited for us, NIP, for the new year.
Bringing Nock into the team was, for me, was quite a clear choice. He has been an up-and-coming player for a few years in Sweden.
We decided to pick Nock up since he had so much raw talent. He has been playing with Plopsky before. He's gonna have good chemistry, and Plopsky said some good things about him. And of course, he's really talented, so that's the main reason we picked him up.
He's someone where, if you go back even a year and a half ago, the people who were playing in teams with him around that level in the Swedish scene basically didn't just say like, oh, he's going to be good. They were all saying like, this guy's definitely going to be really good. And in fact, like, he's better than some of the best players in Sweden now. I think he's the person where if they're going to become a good team, he'll be the guy who becomes one of the top players. And actually the idea of having a really good Swedish opera is pretty enticing, because we haven't really had one from the Swedish scene.
I think that Nork replacing Forrest and going into a role of a secondary AWPer is quite a unique opportunity for him, because he was doing the primary AWPing stuff in his old team. So this is going to be a bit of a teething period to see if he's going to be the main AWP over Twist, or how things are going to work on out. I just think it's exciting to see him actually get to play against the caliber of tier 1 opponents and see if he actually has what it takes.
Because obviously they have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now, because actually they've got all this young talent in the squad.
Some of the players, if they've been around too long, it's kind of hard. Maybe they're in a bad habit, and it's really hard to change their habits.
The teams should fear us a bit now. I think we can do really good damage on our team, and we're all really motivated to go far.
I think with Threat joining as the coach, and obviously he was the coach of NIP in the past, First of all, if you wanted someone to try and figure out can any of these 5 do it, you'd want someone like Threat, who was one of the absolute best fundamental tactical and game leaders Sweden ever had.
What has been interesting for you developing this new NIP lineup?
I mean, the players now, they're way less experienced, of course, but still, I think I can kind of make them into better players.
I think what Threat offers as a coach is very regimented, and he thinks about Counter-Strike a little bit differently. You know, he's always coming up with these new ideas of how to approach certain situations. So if he can have any new takes on the current meta to go against the Astralises of the world, or the Liquids who are always trying to keep that wheel fresh, then it's going to make NIP more explosive and more unpredictable, which is what you need to be in Counter-Strike. You know, you don't want to be able to be read too easy, and if Threat can bring that, then that's a positive.
With the amount of skill that they've gotten, and crucially bringing back Threat as a coach, who I think is actually a very, very good coach, he has in theory got completely kind of fresh clay to mould there. So I could see him actually turning them in, if he figures out the right style, to like a much better team than they are now. Like maybe we could be talking about a team that's cracking top 6, top 7, which would be a step up from where they were most of last year.
So it's going to be a very new experience for me, but everyone seems just so hungry. So it's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup, a lot of the younger players.
I think the standout characteristic of NIP would actually just be skill. I think if you look at it, they've got basically all the best young talents, with the exception of Brolan, who plays in Fnatic. They're actually all in NIP at the moment. Funnily enough, the two teams, NIP and Fnatic, kind of switched identities. It used to be NIP who held on to the great players that won them the championships in the past. That's kind of Fnatic's MO. Meanwhile, NIP now, it's all the young players. It's all people who haven't even been in NIP for a year, 2 years. They're not the original NIP. So I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
This season, we're doing damage.
1 on 2, he won't expect this. That's an ace for Electro to keep NIP in the game.
I would describe my team as legendary. NIP name has been around for a very long time, and it has a lot of history, and it's a legendary name. It's legendary.
Nice triple. We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
Rock's gonna have to back off, and that's a good shot. Down towards the ramp instead. He would have a good angle for it. Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
The wildcard for us is probably gonna be Knock, I think.
He's just such a skilled player.
I think he's gonna turn the game around.
And M4 picked up on the ground. And an instant headshot from Knock. That's what they needed.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts out players.
And Twist is very nervous. You can absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
This season, we're the dark horse.
He does make the jump down. He snuck around. Oh, just scoping up behind him, and Twist is gone.
Our expectations for the team this upcoming season is that we want to make it to the top 4 and be consistently there.
Alright, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got for yeah.
Right,
we're all
done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them 3?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise,
it's gone on. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You go wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
We're going to go this round.
No,
that's on it.
I got Fredericks. Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team.
Yeah, we got
Right. Rush, your turn.
this one. Oh, you get to pick one.
Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes,
Sorry, bro.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance, man. It's training time.
Right, let's get to it. I'm the best coach in the world.
All right, Scrawny, I've enlisted you to help me out in this, right?
Let's do it.
Now, you're Canadian, but I don't know how much you know about actual football. None of the soccer or anything like that. We've got some of the West Ham players here,
Yeah.
Premier League players, and we've got the pros. We've got Dupree, we've got Rush, and we've got Apex teaching them a bit of CSGO, showing them the blast
I dig it.
performance map. So we're going to have a look at what they do, see how good they actually could be, mate.
Let's check them out.
Let's just go through the basic first of all. So obviously the mouse is pretty much the key in this thing. So the mouse obviously is where you, this is where you look.
Yeah.
This is how you obviously aim. You press this one to shoot.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
This game, you need to shoot when you don't move. Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah?
Really good one in
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to that. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, this is complicated. I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just get synergy here, man. I can
So
feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe he likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just tracking. It's not like pivoting. Okay.
Right. So if you kill the last guys on your map, then you can try.
Oh,
That's the one guy there.
him hiding. What are you doing?
He's hiding there. Now you can go into the elevator. So you should be open. Yep. And then you go into the next challenge.
Oh, okay.
You play matchmaking, like the competitive matchmaking with your friends, or?
I just play competitive.
Yeah. Competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like this already, because Apex is being very more hands-on than what we're seeing over there.
Again, no distractions, you know? And that's
We may have spoken too early on this,
Yeah,
mate. We may have gone for it the wrong way.
Something like
Yeah,
the
exactly.
movement, man.
I'm really impressed with it so far. Headsets on, they're looking a lot more serious with it. We're seeing them actually do pretty well. Apex could be the dark horse in this from what we thought, mate. He definitely could.
We'll have to come back and check.
Like when if you just take the headset on, you can hear how he should be running around like you in a circle. Can you hear like he's running from the left ear, then to the right ear? Can you hear that at all?
No.
No.
It sounds.
Can I
Have I got one the wrong way?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, you have it on like that. That's why it's so difficult. I get it.
So which way should I have it? This way?
Yeah, like that. So you're gonna be able to hear him like running around in a circle on you.
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
All right, let's see what they do, Scroll.
It's going to boil down to them. But I know I've changed. I lost my gun.
Oh no, press one.
Press 1. Press 1. You can do it. There.
He's figured it out. Where's one of them hiding?
Oh, he's missed one.
Firebox.
Now he's looking for a
If I had to
one.
put, of course.
It's not just this.
I've had an absolute nightmare, by the way.
Yeah, I mean nightmare.
I couldn't find one of them. He's playing hide and seek, mate.
Really? I had struggles too. There's one more. You got it.
Die.
There we go.
Yeah, two more.
Die.
Nice.
Good shots coming in.
Die.
Last guy. Nice. Then you move on. This is the movement part.
Okay.
There's no time with this, so you just take your time with this one.
Oh, here we go.
You rush, and you have to hit.
Almost, man. Find him. Snods, you ain't getting this for, mate. This is way too hot for you, mate.
I'll let my shooting do the talking, yeah?
We'll see.
Let's win it, mate.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off.
He's got to go super fast as he wants to find tricks. Like we saw Rush do. Headshots being landed.
Reload.
Oh,
surely not.
Don't you wish you could go back, James?
And just not know, yeah. See how difficult
Relearn
it
this
really
game
is.
all over.
Well done, Snowdy.
By the way, Apex is tearing through this right now.
This is the more challenging one, right? The smoke screen.
So,
AK
stop it for that
spray?
tactic.
It's crucial.
No, it's a jump.
Oh no. That's the jump?
The big jump.
This, huh?
Yeah, space. The big one. Up. Now forward, and they both.
Yeah.
Heave ho.
think we lost.
We lost? Hey.
It's not, you were honking.
I know.
You were honking.
That shooting one, that ball one, I was doing so well over there as well.
Alright, now it's time for Rush and Yarmolenko to try this out, so let's get them ready into it.
Get the headset on this time.
3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off.
Okay, fuck it.
Straight out the gate.
Oh, okay, this is a bit faster. He's actually not far behind him at the moment. This is really good.
But will he
You said
clear the
Rush could be a
corner?
good coach.
Yes, he's lost someone. Yes, come on! Hide and seek, come on!
That's what happened to you two? But
Yeah,
was that
yeah,
on that map? Or
No,
that?
the next one.
No, really.
Yeah, Yama. Right, left.
Yama! Yama!
Yama!
On the right, on the right.
That's his you in the boxes, mate. You don't know where they go.
He's behind it. Turn around.
Well, he found them in the end.
There we go.
Rush is going
Boils
fast.
down to it.
Okay, he's still got one more to find here.
Maybe jungle.
Oh no.
God, this is hard, dude. I have faith in you.
Boys, we haven't seen a single footballer manage to get past any of the movement segments. Just that first piece could be just the difference.
Very good.
I love Yama.
Alright, let's find out who actually took the win here. So, we'll start with this losing team. It is Rush and Yarmolenko. You guys will be having to do the horrible job. 3,936 points. The team that walked away with the win. 4,417 points. Dupree and Fredericks. That's in style. They got the job done. Apex, you sit in the middle with Snodgrass there. You got 3,971. So you got to do the honours now.
Yeah.
Give them their trophy. You got to bow down to the masters.
Thank you.
We're gonna host
And that's it. A lot of fun being had here at Blast Premier. I hope you guys enjoyed watching all. Thank you very much to West Ham and all the players that joined us to take part in this. We'll see you guys next time. So, Cold, Olaf, I thought you guys would have like quite an advantage. What happened?
They're too strong, man. They're too strong, man. They have a brain, they have a good aim. It's kind of hard a little bit.
Oh, it was a good bit of fun. We were all having a good laugh watching it all. Now, in terms of Wingman, have you guys ever really played any Wingman before? Or?
It was the first time of my life.
Do you know what? None of us could guess who you were. Like, so the goal on the first map is for us to try and guess who you guys are playing as of all your names. So, who made the names? Because they didn't give us any insight into who you were.
To be honest, me and Olaf, we thought was casters. I think we're just betas on the warm up. So and after they start to hit good shots, say, bro, Olaf, it's not just casters, man. It's
Yeah, I doubt the commentators would have been that good. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Who was Indiana Jones?
It's me.
On warm up, you looked like Barnov, and then on when we played, you were fucking strong as fuck.
It's all about tactics, you know.
I love how you reference Bardolph there. Bardolph is probably the person I know out of commentators with some of the most time in the game, but is still so bad. Like, he tries, but he still doesn't quite have it, Olaf.
He's good. He's good.
No, you got to stick to it, man. I've seen him stream. I've seen him play.
He has the brain.
He has a brain.
Sometimes you only need the brain.
That's why you talk. That's why you talk. Now, Blame F, how seriously were you taking that?
I think in the beginning we were kind of joking a little bit and having fun, but as soon as we saw that like we can actually let's fucking win this, then we try harding a little bit, and Shux was calling some strats and stuff. So I think we also pretty early realized that they were also try harding. So then we also started to try hard a lot.
So
you blame it on us?
Kicked it in.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay.
We were definitely not ready for the tie either. When the tie came in, admins were like, "Oh, we can't play overtime." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're just going to continue on throughout all of it and see how we get on."
Yeah.
Well, guys, I got to say, thank you very much for joining us for the Wingman side of things. How have you guys all been getting on though? How's isolation for you guys?
Want you start?
How has isolation been for you guys?
I can start. Like, I'm just being at home, playing, doing gym at home as well. Sometimes go to a walk on the second floor of my building. So it's just like this. Not you cannot do too much. I think you like need to prioritize like your health. You're healthy. So and you are healthy for other people as well. So I think like for us, it's gonna be like kind of sad to not play tournaments online, but it's better to be like this until everything gets better and be normal again.
Yeah, definitely. So you're doing your workouts as well. Does that mean I can get you to join me for one of my workout streams soon?
Of course, you can join, man.
Yes. Good man. I see how strong you are, Cold. Looking good. What about you guys, though? Either Blame F, Shocks. What you guys been doing? How you been handling it?
It's pretty good so far. I would say it's basically the main thing. As I'm a stepfather, the most harder was to take care of the kid because of the school. So we had to take the school at home.
Oh wow!
And make him some homework,
Yeah.
So that was basically the first big step. Once we just get used to that, everything was pretty smooth. We also, I'm also living in a house, so I got the chance to have a garden, which I think is definitely a good thing. And I guess it's definitely harder for people who are living, for example, in an apartment and don't have any garden or stuff like this. I think it's way harder. But overall, about adapting to the situation and trying the best schedule possible and making easier in your own family to make every day a good day, And I think as us, as geeks, it's pretty easier for us to stay at home than a lot of other people.
Oh yes, yeah. I have no problem staying at home. Just means now you said about homework for your stepson. Does some of that homework of CS? Yeah, a bit of teaching.
I know. He's only 4 years old. Calm down.
Oh wow. Okay, we're gonna wait a few more years. It'll be the next prodigy coming out.
Yeah.
Olof, what about you, man? In Sweden, everything is normal.
Oh, really? What? Chat,
Fresh out because all the other teams are also at home and practicing. So I don't think I'm being hit too much by this these times.
That's actually a really good point. Are you seeing that it's a lot easier to get practice games and keep up on that side of things for all of you guys?
We're from America usually, so there's not a lot of good practice over there. So like just being here in Europe while every other team.
You guys been playing any other games during the lockdown though, with some of your spare time?
Valorant.
Hey,
I tried it.
What did you think about Olof?
I think it's actually pretty good. First time watching it, I think it looked like pretty bad. Like it didn't look that when I played it. It was a lot more fun than I thought. Like it's a little bit like Counter-Strike, but with Overwatch, I guess.
Do you feel like the CS aim helps you a lot in it though? Do you feel like you have an advantage against people?
Yeah, or I don't know. I think so at least. You meet like good players that also got the key, or like not bad but like not as good players that just got the key from a drop or something. It's good.
All your reactions are perfect right now. There you go. That's what I expected. Have we tried any crazy deagle jumping shots? Is that working out as crazy as the videos I've seen?
I don't think so.
I haven't really experienced it.
You definitely want to make our smile on our face disappear, right?
So the deagle is not the positive in this then, Shocks?
Personally, I'm really excited about just being more accurate and not having to wait 1 or 2 seconds between each bullet, which makes the deagle more like 1.6 or CS source or back in the day as well in Csgo at the beginning. So it's definitely more enjoyable to play it, I think, but in the same way you don't have to make it broken. So you just, for example, I definitely don't have any idea if someone has the logic behind making the jump accuracy. I want to have it, please, because I don't fucking understand, to be honest.
Same.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into it. The North American groups here for the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. And so this is going to be at the second half of our day because we have just finished the European matches, but now it's time to get into the two groups that we have of excellent CS teams for North America. I'm going to be your host, Semmler, and joining me on this desk, Maniac and Thorin. How's it going, gents? You doing all right?
Yeah, it's going amazing, right? You know, there's no stopping for us. There's no rotation, nothing. We do EU, we do NA, we do all the CS, we do all the maps and all the mounts.
CS.
I'll always be able to make time in my day to watch MIBL take a beating that they deserve.
There it is. There it is, because that's going to be our first match. Furia going up against MIBR. We're going to have all the time in the world, obviously, to get into that. But as far as the groups are concerned, here is Group A, Chaos, Furia, Genji, and MIBR. And yeah, that will be our first match, Furia, MIBR. So already, MIBR running into, I guess they're what is it, the Black Hound? Was that how you would call it? Their dark horse? The opponent to beat them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you said, we will have enough time to talk about that game, but it's just fun to see that the tendency have completely reversed, right? It's not MIBR who are on the throne and Furia trying to take them down. It's the other way around. But as we look at Group B right now, we also have some very interesting rivalries, right? 100 Thieves versus EG, for example. Coach moving in and out. There's going to be some ego involved in that duel for sure.
That's the big one, I'm sure. And here are the matches as far as our day is concerned. Furia MIBR are going to be the first one, Chaos Genji to follow, and then 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses. So we'll be finishing the day with that rivalry match between EG and 100 Thieves. And that's not the first time already that these guys have played since the change happened with the coach. I'm a pet heading over towards 100 Thieves, taking over for Kassad. I mean, a lot of movement there, at least in the back line for both of these teams. And I mean, Thorin, have you had a chance to look at it at all?
I think already you're actually seeing maybe a slight uptick from 100 Thieves. Obviously, they were a team that actually, quite frankly, was slumping for the last few months. They're in a group with other teams that have suffered. Evil Geniuses is in probably the worst form they've ever been in right now. So I think actually the coach swap out hasn't really impacted both teams drastically yet. But it certainly at least looks initially like 100 Thieves might be the team that's getting it back together again. They were the team that I would say of all these ones we're talking about relied on the best fundamental elements to the game, whereas EG, they were all about their stars. And if your stars lose their luster, then you haven't really got a whole lot in the server.
A lot of the EG players even going out on social media saying with all these losses, you know, that they're feeling lost, that they don't know what it is that they're doing wrong anymore or what it is that they're doing right. And so there's a lot of work there for Evil Geniuses to get those results turned around. And Maniac, I mean, how does it sound? I mean, we are kind of focusing on the last match of the day already, but it is something to talk about because, I mean, it is I'm a pet. There is quite a bit there to go off of.
Well, the thing about the coach situation and the changes, I do believe that Zeus might be exactly what EG needs, right? Because as you mentioned, the highs and the lows that this lineup have had, there has to be some kind of mental element to it. It cannot only be about Counter-Strike, it cannot only be about tactics and, I don't know, peaks of performance now. It has to be somewhat mental, and I think that Zeus might be one of the best person you want to have behind you to make sure that you put in the efforts and you come in with the right mindset, that you're a champion, just like Duncan said in his beautiful speech, that you go and get the best out of yourself. I think Zeus might be exactly the man they need. So in that sense, I do feel like this change is gonna help them a lot. Now, I'm a pet on the other hand, losing Kassad is not going to be that easy, but with a team that could listen to him and that would agree with his fundamental principles, then of course he can bring a lot to a team.
There is quite a bit of depth there, and he was itching to get back into the fight as well. He was pretty vocal on social media saying that, he was looking for that next team, that next step, and so we'll see if he's able to bring it there for 100 Thieves. But for now, we're going to actually take a quick look at how the format is going to break down here for the Blast Premier in North America, EU. They're both the same, so now let's take a look at that.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the North American Showdown, 8 teams are divided into 2 groups of 4. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 3 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 4th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. 3rd place from Group A will play against second place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 semifinals. The winners of each semifinal will face the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Final. For the teams finishing second in their gauntlet bracket, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
So there you have it, the format for how this is going to go, and these groups are made up of teams that were knocked down in London, not out, but down here to the Showdown, as well as teams that have been invited in to participate and given a shot. We saw Fnatic and Mouse Sports earlier in Europe, big opportunity for them to get in here and have an impact of their own, but now it's time to focus on North America and the Group A. As far as the standings are concerned, it's all, goose eggs for everybody. That's obviously going to change by the end of the day, but we talked a little bit about Fury and MIBR. It feels like Gen G have been turning things around, though, guys. So, Maniac, I want to start with you. Well, Gen G, what's going on there?
I'm going to be honest with you. When I was preparing for this event, I thought, you know what, Gen G, it's been only good things so far. I'm a big fan of the lineup, big fan of Daps. And then I actually confronted the results and I thought, hold on a second, that hasn't been that great. They've had difficulties. I mean, Flashpoint wasn't all pretty for them for sure. So there's definitely room for improvement.
Not, yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, there is this Daps effect, which is obviously he might have limitations with the game style that he wants to do, but every team that has Daps in it will have fundamental Counter-Strike and they will play good CS. They won't have trash rounds. They will not lose like power play situations, stuff like that. Daps has the kind of effect. He's like a very strong safety net. And then, so structurally speaking, I think they have a good team. And now the individuals, they have so many different good players in there. Bentet, some Automatic, who's completely wrecking the stats right now. So I think there are a lot of strength when you talk about Gen G. I'm just not sure why it hasn't really come together yet.
And Thorin, what do you think? Because obviously you and I, we got to look at Gen G's performance in Flashpoint. We've already managed to sneak a few jokes in here about Daps. What do you think about his team going into this match against Chaos tonight?
They were dreadful in Flashpoint, actually one of the most underwhelming teams overall. They only really got it together right at the very end of the tournament, basically when the Krieg was nerfed. So, bearing in mind they had on paper one of the strongest lineups going into that tournament, that was very underwhelming. Look, they got it together in Road to Rio. They had some good wins there, even then, oftentimes 3 maps, oftentimes close games. The problem I have is, I don't think their wins have been convincing enough for me. I'm kind of with Maniac. I think people are now trying to oversell the resurgence and that they fixed everything. I agree, Daps is a really good in-game leader to start a team off, to figure out the initial roles, but one of the problems I've already seen, and it was something that carried over from Flashpoint, was there's times where, because he has all these big names, and in theory every other player either has done things in the past or been very good recently, sometimes I think he actually played too skill-based. I think sometimes he would have been better off throwing in some anti-strats, studying some of those demos. It sometimes looked like he just wanted to play off defaults and just thought his players were doing it in the rounds, whereas I think right now, actually, with the current weakness you see in the NA field, particularly some of the teams in this group, now if you're throwing a little bit more advanced level, when you've got the same team you've had for months now, you could really take that #1 spot that's right, it's available right now in NA.
It certainly seems like it. We also have another couple of teams that are going to be moving in here, obviously, with Cloud9, other big names that you would think are going to be in there to challenge for the North American title. But as far as Gen G are concerned, the struggle continues. Here are their opponents, though. Chaos also showing us something special at Flashpoint, more perhaps than what we expected to see from them. But, still, he's had to deal with, some roster changes, much like everybody else, it feels like right now. But he definitely got hit. Excuse me. So going into this, what do we make of Chaos?
Listen, okay, I want to start by saying that I have a lot of respect for Steel as a player and as an in-game leader. I think what he's able to do with that revolving door that is the lineup of that team is not that bad at all. But I'm looking at their Wikipedia page and I'm looking at the amount of entries that are under the 2020 roster change, and it's actually meme material. There's I think 13 lines of changes of coaches coming in and out and trial and player changing and leaving and being poached. So where does that leave them? I think there are players that try and put together solid Counter-Strike or decent Counter-Strike, but it is so hard in a field that has such a high level. Like, there has to be some limitations to what this team can offer right now.
And you have that at the bottom of the Liquipedia page as well, where it's just getting all over the place. I mean, Voltage was one of those players that we were keeping an eye on, who had joined the team actually during Flashpoint as well, when Smuya got taken out, and now he's not even here. It's just how is he able to keep things moving along when he's constantly having to change up the roles and constantly having to change up the team? This is going to be a team that has to live up to its name. Just chaos. Chaos, and we have to see if they can reign. But that is going to be Group A to focus on, and obviously Fura and MIBR are going to be the next match, and that's obviously the big match to get to. I don't know if we want to go into a Group B. We do have time before it, and yeah, let's take a look at Group B here. As far as the standings are concerned, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, and Triumph. This is a great group as well. A lot of potential.
Yeah, definitely is. Obviously, the big names, EG and 100 Thieves. Cloud9, when they got together and they joined our roster, they had this absolutely mesmerizing run on internet, and they beat so many crazy teams. Then they went to DreamHack Leipzig, where I was there casting him, and it was actually a big drop off in terms of like the expectations I had for this lineup. So I do believe that they had to figure out and grab some experience along the way. I'm looking forward to seeing if we witness a more mature roster, because I've seen too many highs and too many lows coming in, too many changes in the playstyle that they were used, depending on if they were feeling it, if they had confidence or not. And this is the mark of a rookie team. A rookie team is a team that will show very different faces depending on how they feel, whereas, you know, veteran, they will have that safety net. I'm looking forward to seeing if Cloud9 has matured. They should have, but they somehow have to prove it to us.
And their opponents, Triumph, as well, going to be moving in here. Spongy, Shakzula. I mean, these guys have been around, but still waiting to make that appearance in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. I mean, Thorin, are there any of these players that stand out to you, or are you expecting Cloud9 to make short work of them?
I mean, I've heard of Shakazula as the in-game leader because, like, some of the players that you've seen come through some of the other squads, including some of the bottom Flashpoint teams, were players who've played with either this exact team or teams of this ilk. I'll also point out Grim is someone who I've actually heard referenced a number of times as being a player who I think maybe using Bad News Bears. Like, people have said this is another player that could potentially be in one of the next squads to rise up in the NA region. And quite frankly, if so many of those other pros from Tier 2 that we knew that were being recycled before want to go off and play a little kids version of Counter-Strike, then spots are going to open up for people who are actually hungry and want to fill them and potentially become the next NA players.
Exactly right, and here is 100 Thieves that have been moving along as well. And these are teams that are also, I mean, Cloud9 I know are also still in Los Angeles in the team house. I think 100 Thieves also have access to the Cash App facility in Los Angeles as well. I mean, these are teams that are going to be interesting to keep an eye on just because they do have the resources of these massive brands behind them, and you do expect them to go deep in these groups. So, as far as 100 Thieves are concerned, I mean, we're going to see how it goes for them. Do believe that we have some B-roll here to show of 100 Thieves as well as we look into it. I mean, is there anybody in particular on 100 Thieves that is standing out that we need to keep an eye on?
Well, the man that I would always refer to is JKS. I think he's a superstar in the essence, and whenever he's dropping off, you could see the direct impact on 100 Thieves as a result, obviously. And you also have Jacob. Jacob, very aggressive player. He's able to take over games, but when he doesn't shine at all, then in terms of T side, 100 Thieves are massively dropping off. So these would be the two players that I would name. I think Azur, when 100 Thieves were at the top of their feelings, he was also very much involved in the fragging department. He dropped off a little bit too, but definitely JKS and Jacob, these would be my two players to look out for.
These are the old hands, the old salts for the team as well. And they do have EG going up against them, and it's going to be our last match of the day. But Ethan, Breezy, Sturk, I mean, you mentioned this earlier, Thorin, that this team can live or die by its star power. I mean, it does feel like that's going to be the same thing, although Stanislaw looked pretty confident going into the match earlier in the video that we got to see, the short clips that we got to see of the players showing off where they're playing from. He looked like he was in fine fettle.
I mean, listen, appearances can deceive, believe it or not, as Astralis have almost made a career out for the last year. So no, I would say the problem is, if you say they live or die by the star performances, at the moment it's the latter. They're just dead and buried, because this is a squad where, even statistically, they have very little to brag about right now. The only player right now you would say shouldn't be worried about his job is probably Breeze. I mean, he was just such a fabulous player last year. He somewhat rejuvenated his career after the slump towards the end of the year. The rest of the team, it's not even just the Stanislaw and Tarek, like, haterism or people saying remove these guys. You look at some of the other names, Ethan, Cirque, like, where is Cirque? This guy was one of the most dynamic AWPers in the entire game. I would have picked him as someone that, like, a FaZe clan should maybe target to replace the outgoing Guardian, or if Olaf Meister retires. Right now, he himself looks on very, very shaky ground, so I'll also say that as well. If you are the in-game leader, it might always be your fault, but it's always your responsibility, and if 4 of your players just drop off a cliff completely, it's very unlikely that you didn't have something to do with that. So I think Stanislaw is the man in the hot seat right now for me, in part because his players have fallen apart, and they were a fragging team.
And a lot of focus put on Zeus from Maniac early. You know, he might happen to be coming in there and trying to at least take a little bit of that responsibility on himself. You know, we have to say quick thanks to our sponsors, Betway being one of them, providing the odds for our first match of the North American Series tonight, and MIBR, obviously, under. So let's actually look at our predictions as well, because we all got in on that. It's you know, all the talent, everybody involved. And so as far as the predictions are concerned, okay, again, everybody's on board with the Furia train.
Yeah, listen, Furia, they do look like the monster. They are the beast of that group right now. If you look at the results, they've been completely firing on all cylinders. Then you have, we all pretty much agree that Genji should take it over Chaos, but then August, again, you and I against the world, just like the NIP situation. We believe in EG.
Let's go.
We might be completely wrong, or we might just brag about it at the end of the day.
We're just not going to shut up about it. You know, that's just how it's going to go. Thor, I mean, like, what do we make of Scrawny going with the chaos, the lone chaos prediction from Scrawny? He's just throwing it out there.
That's not as ridiculous as you might imagine. Like, first of all, Gen G, just like all the other big names in NA, has shown not only a propensity to lose to every other team that's a big name, but Chaos has been in that mix. They've been out there beating the Team Liquids of the world, and as Maniac pointed out, it's not like they're doing it with an established team. It feels like this is some sort of mad mix scenario where it's like winner stays on and Steel just has to play with whoever's there. And then every time he just finds these diamonds in the rough. Like, who was this Zeppa guy? Never heard of him before. He's been banging every time I've seen him play with Steel. So Steel himself actually basically said, I think it was maybe in a series of tweets, he's not actually trying to be a mastermind tactician right now. He's not running loads of super complicated strats, probably because he never has the same 4 teammates. He's just running basic Counter-Strike. He's putting himself in good positions, and he's just trying to give his teammates sort of simple scouting report for the opponent, and then just play the game. And I tell you what, it's looking like a better brand of Counter-Strike at times than some of the teams that probably get paid 10 times the payroll of his squad. So that's certainly not an impossible upset. It's still a best of one. But I would kind of agree with some of the things that Maniac said before. Furia is the clear-cut favourite of this group, not only because they match up so well against MIBR, but they have just been the most consistent of the Americas teams. Like, they basically, a worst-case scenario for them is to maybe come 4th or 3rd. Otherwise, they're challenging for the title. So the rest of them are all the ones on the carousel who are up and down, depending on which week it is. But actually, Furia, they look like they cut the mustard.
They do look like the team to keep an eye on, and we are going to get right into that. I like that you're opening up with Furia, but we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to discuss Furia versus MIBR as our first match of the day here for North America. And so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a D from JKS. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He thanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. The headshot onto Volta. Hunter's gonna help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance. 1 player back default, 1 in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills. And he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward. Only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Volta on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah?
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed Volta.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Amanek gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh,
3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door. Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
but again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi, only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to
Bomb's
hide.
not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that 1 shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
MIBR have been doing a lot of practice. They've been over here in Europe at the start of the year. They've been getting in the grind. So if they can, show some of that old Brazilians.
I don't doubt that they're going to come into this event swinging.
I'm more interested on the way we're going to play, like to see if we're going to be able to put the same standards we have been doing during the practice.
If we're going to pick up where we left off last year,
sure,
it should be a liquid.
It should be.
Hey!
Oh, tackles me, man.
Hey, that's what we wanted to see. A bit of spice.
What is going to happen this time around for them?
Let's see what the future holds. It's going to be a great game.
Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay.
Fawn's gonna walk right into it. He loses his head, and with map 1 on the line, Liquid are gonna take it!
See, here's actual proof that MIBR can't handle Liquid inside or outside of the server.
Team Liquid kill the dreams of an MIBR upset.
Wow.
NIP versus MIBR in the lower bracket. So one of these teams facing, a very early exit from the groups.
16-9 in favor of MIBR. 16-12, and the Swedes have done it, winning a map and bringing us on to map number 3. This should be absolutely impossible here for MIBR.
We want them to go back to where they once were. The whole Brazilian scene looks at these guys like they're still the superstars that they once were, right? Still trying to work out what identity they want to have in Counter-Strike.
So there we have it. A lot of hype there from Launders and Scrawny, and they will be handling the commentary later on. So we'll be getting to them as well. But first, let's discuss Furia and MIBR. First match here for the North American scene of the day, and obviously a big one, a storied one, a lot of history between these two teams. So it is worth mentioning that they are going to be two of the teams that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. And MIBR are really looking for that redemption story. I mean, these are major champions on this roster who are looking to redeem themselves.
Yeah, I think the storyline behind that game is actually really fascinating, because if you think long term, as you said, these people that we have on our screen, they have written the history of Counter-Strike in Brazil. Fallen, Fur, Taco, obviously, they've raised trophies, they've written legends about Counter-Strike for them, but they are actually in the seat right now of the challenger. That is the reality of the short term. That's the harsh reality of competitive Counter-Strike. Furia have bested them in every single BO3 they've played this year. every single BO3 Fury I played against MIBR this year, they've beaten them. So you have legends on one end, and you have winners on the other. So it's kind of a weird storyline to ride, but one that very much excites me.
That is an excellent way to put it, Maniac, as well. Legends on one side, winners on the other. Would you agree with the, I guess, the obvious based on the graphic here, Thorin? Is there anything that stands out for you in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, as Maniac just said, like, this isn't even one where it's a close affair. Fury have won the last 4 best-of-3s that they've played in the last, 2 months or something crazy. And it doesn't stop there if you're an MIBR fan feeling, well, that's a bit depressing. Thought it was going to be a great matchup. The map pool holds no answers for MIBR whatsoever. Like, in the world where MIBR's actually looked pretty good on Dust 2, bad luck, that happens to be Furia's permaban. One of Furia's bad maps, Nuke. Well, that's the permaban of MIBR. And what was the one Joker pick MIBR's had against most teams? As you saw, they were playing it there at Blast. They were trying to flex into Vertical. Well, again, only bad news coming this way for MIBR. That has been a very good map for Furia. In fact, Furia themselves in this particular matchup have started to be the ones picking that map. That's how many times they've won it against MIBR. So if you're MIBR, I don't even know where you go in the map pool. All of history's against you. You just essentially, I guess you're hoping for the fact that TRK comes in and kind of gives you a different flavour, because there's not really a lot else for you on the server or in recent form to kind of pick from at this point.
And would you agree with that assessment, Maniac? Is there anything that stands out? I mean, TRK is going to once again find himself in that position where he has the weight of the fans and everybody watching on his shoulders. He can do no wrong. Otherwise, you know what happens.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to pretend like I have figured out exactly who MRBR needs, because I haven't. They've changed so many times, so many players, so many different formulas, ways to exploit the new player coming in, give him space, not give him space, being passive, being aggressive. I give up. I just don't know. Maybe the answers are somewhere else. I'm just going to leave it at that. I just want to quickly touch on Furia and just say that, the change they have made most recently, bringing in Henny and having Art actually moving to the secondary upper, that was a huge structural risk. It wasn't easy at all, because it's not like Furia had dropped out completely out of the rankings. They were actually doing decent results, and they completely changed the direction that they were taking, and it looks to be working. Henny is actually in the top 3 rated player there. Art is doing whatever he needs. So it was a big risk, but it's actually paying off.
And I believe these are live feeds as well, guys, just in case you're wondering. We have the cameras being sent to us, their feed from all the players and everybody involved, including the commentators. But now I think, it's time to get into the pick ban. And, Thorin, let's see, where do they go with this one? I mean, there's a lot of pressure on MIBR to do some work.
I mean, logically, not that you're going to want to hear this either if you're a MIBR fan. Maybe Inferno. We might actually have to just play that. Like I said, they haven't got a lot of choices. They haven't got any bullets in the chamber in that regard. And this veto, in my opinion, is completely in the control of Furia.
Yeah, I completely agree with Duncan. I mean, the only shining light would be that in some of these losses, MIBR did make into double digit. As Mirage, they've done it once. Inferno, they've pushed it to 14. Well, there you have it. Inferno is the map. But again, when I think Inferno, when I think MIBR, I think problems. And that is an issue, because I'm not thinking of the strengths they've had, I'm thinking about the problems they've had. 2 aggressive players on the B-bomb side, when that was Fur and Phelps being way too aggressive. Then they had the issue of handling the 2 AWPs. That didn't work at all. So I feel like MIBR have only switched around issues on the map and haven't really found their identity. They haven't really found the blueprint on how to be performing on Inferno. So not looking too great. It's like the smaller evil or whatever it is you say in the actual proper way.
Well, everybody, as far as the town are concerned, have predicted that Furia will win this first match, that MIBR will fall, and we have our odds here provided by our sponsor Betway as well. But we're not alone in this. Thank you, gentlemen, for the analysis, and we're obviously going to hear from you after the match, and we'll see how it all goes down. But we also have our commentators here. Scrawny and Launders. There we go. We got them on camera. Fantastic. Welcome, guys. You good? You fired up to talk about some NACS?
Dude, this is going to be
getting ready. We're now in our realm.
Yeah, it's true. Even though MIBR have not been picked by anybody, this should be a super sweet match, because there's stylistically there's so many similarities between them. But right now, Furia's form is like way up here. MIBR's is like way down here.
That's the issue. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys get on top of it. Good luck with the match, fellas, and bring the action.
Will do. Will do. That's right, guys. It's the Brazilian matchup yet again, and one that clearly, with the head-to-head record, does not favor MIBR. Will TRK be enough of a difference this time? Has MIBR found something out between their last showing that's going to fancy their chances? Or maybe will just one map in a series actually be the key to their victory? It's about time to find out. Launders, how are you feeling about this one?
I feel great about it. I mean, so Inferno, at the very least, we've seen MIBR play this map tons. So I think despite the fact that in the last 3 times they've played, Furia have 2-0'd them twice, meaning they picked up their map pick, I think there's still a chance that this map, all of them, could be a bit closer. Now, as was pointed out on the desk, Thorin called this Inferno prediction perfectly, so I'm sure it's not a surprise to Furia that they're playing on this map. It was MIBR to be kind of painted in a corner, but it might be for the best in terms of the spectator experience. We all know Inferno, and we all know that things change when you play a team that you play often, okay? Despite the fact that their win rate is only 57% on Inferno, they know specifically how to play against Furia quite well, and they know how they operate on all maps.
Listen, Mohan, you make incredibly good points all the time, but your mic's a little bit scratchy, so production's going to do to you what they did to me. They're going to take you away, and they're going to leave me in the action for this first map while that one gets fixed. So, yeah, sure enough, folks, we are. Oh, and a tech pause on top of it, just so that I can fill your ears full of all sorts of beautiful sounds in the meantime. I hope you guys are taking this moment at home to, maximize the potential of our fan rooms here at Blast. You know, Blast likes to be an innovator. Blast likes to do things different. So if you guys want to get real rowdy, no matter where you are across the world right now, there's that one thing that brings us together today, and that's Counter-Strike. So go ahead and do it. Even if you're nervous, make some friends. Go shout in a chat room with a bunch of other dudes. Boys and girls, of course. But what do we have on screen here? I'm going to go mosey on over. We've got the Fur versus Henny head-to-head. This is a really good one. I'm excited for Henny because I think that Henny slots very nicely into Furia's strategy, slots very nicely into the fast pace that they play. You know, we've recently been watching the combination of Henny and Art really prevail, and I think that Art's playstyle, Art's speed is really something that you don't get out of a lot of other players. And you definitely don't get out of a lot of other oppers. So Henny plus Art, that combination can just absolutely take over the server at times. And it's what I always look forward to whenever we see Furia loading up into the server. So you can see his stats here. 60% win rate in opening duels. That's a big one to have. 88 blast rating. Again, especially within this North American region. A value that seems sky high. And Csgo, also making an appearance. Of course, 88 right there with Henny. And a player who, once upon a time, I feel like was the only member of Furia to kind of have his name up in the lights. And, well, grace him. Bless him. He's gone ahead and given some of that limelight to the other players. And, again, most notably, I would argue, Art's aggressiveness has found this slot within the team. Henny's opping. Even Vinny, I think, has looked at an all-time high.
I agree with you, Connor. I couldn't agree more. Am I still scratchy? I'm so sorry for assaulting your ears.
No. You're smooth as butter, my friend.
We're good? Okay, good to hear. Yeah, no, I back all your points, man. I think if we look at like almost every single player in CSGO right now that's like had top form in like the last year or two, almost everyone's dropped off a bit because I think that the competition has thickened in the top 20. So even versus tier 2 teams, your stats are getting dragged down slightly. But what's most important is how much they bounce back in recent form. And I think in recent form, when we look at some of the ratings, especially on the side of Furia, we see that, you know, Vinny, Csgo has come back full into form, and Yuri as well has become a focal point, a great anchor on most maps for Furia. So I think that we had this conversation about the core, the same thing with Liquid. You know, with Liquid, it's Liege, Nafly, and who's the other player that would be core Twists on the team. If they are all playing well, that's when that's when you know they're going to win the matches. You look at a team like MIBR, and it's like, if Taco's top fragging, it's great that's Taco's top fragging, but most of their wins are not going to come when Taco's top fragging. Instead, it has to be the core 3 players who do most of the heavy lifting. And right now for Furia, everything is lining up beautifully.
Well, if we can kind of touch on that for MIBR as well, I think the evidence is when we almost had Chaos cause the upset. Like this dance party, my man.
Can you ignore this?
This is the Brazilian passion that we got at Blast Spring Series in London. They were hands down the loudest shouters in the crowd. It was when MIBR were in the server. Whether they were spilling water on themselves or not, their fans always believe.
Yeah, Fur can't handle liquid. I think that was the line. That was a great line. That was a very well timed line. Yeah, that's good. But Henny's also, as was pointed out by Maniac, so saliently on the desk, is that getting him involved in the lineup while also thinking about how to make sure Art can stay and have impact was a difficult one and a brave undertaking, and they executed it so damn well. This guy is so important with his op on both sides of the map. He's getting all the right trade frags. He's still used in the same way that he was before, where he can be explosive and also passive, but now it feels like he is hitting a higher number of more static and easy to hit shots, and then when he needs to hit flicks, also delivers on that front as well, and he feels like the most well-rounded player that we've seen. I think part of that is partly because they've integrated into the team as well. Maybe he's gotten some great coaching that is pointing in the right direction, but I want to give himself some credit for figuring out how to be that player on Furia, because it seems like he's had a complete transformation.
A transformation that has kept MIBR at bay. Again, the head-to-head record just kind of deflates the sails if you're on the side of MIBR. But eventually you have to think to yourself that they will break through that record. Eventually, they've got to do it once, right? Well, today could be the day, and the time could be now. Because, ladies and gentlemen, our map goes live. It's the Brazilian bashing, the Brazilian bonanza, the head-to-head that never seems to get old. Furia on the CT side with tons of utility already in this pistol, but look at the pace being set by MIBR. They're already starting to encapsulate this A site. They're wrapping around very quickly into the face of Art. He's spamming through smoke because he has 2 teammates that he can still rely on. It's Henny who's managed to get himself onto the kill feed. Yuri's over towards the pit with 2 frags now, thanks to that one versus Taco. Fallen, loses the bomb, and now has to clutch 1v3. They flash him, they see him. It seems like he's kind of doomed, and there you have it. Yuri, final headshot as Furia take the pistol.
They did everything properly. They made all the space they needed to wrap onto the site. But again, I'd like to echo this. This was from an interview last week with Art. It was the sentiment that when asked about his gameplay style and how Furia are approaching Counter-Strike right now, he said, "We don't like to play other people's games. We take them into the mud with us." And that is so true for Furia, and we see that in all their matches. And if you don't respond to their aggression, you lose. If you play with their aggression, then you can still lose because that's their comfort zone. But that's the brand of CS they pull out of you. And if MIBR want to get down and dirty in that way, then they have to be able to create the space like they did on the pistol round, but commit through and be unrelenting, because Yuri sitting in pit being an anchor, that's way too much space to give him, and he's obviously going to capitalize at any moment. I mean, the other half of the story is, of course, the fact that all of the Furia players are on form, where the consistency is not the same for MIBR, but if you take those 2 elements, they both play the same, but one team is more consistent at fragging, then of course Furia is going to win every time. So we need to see MIBR be a bit more dynamic, but at the same time respect that back.
Couple of frags going down over towards short, so A-Site very much the target yet again, but the bomb, it has fallen into pit. Art sits upon it, and Taco stands above him. That CT flashbang gonna slow things down for just a moment. Vinny decides to chuck another one inwards, and that activates Art. He gets the 1 kill, but Taco, that was the balcony player, who falls down with the Tech 9, tapping at the first 2, enabling Furia to still trade. But 3 frags and a world where that bomb goes down. Not an awful attempt there from MIBR.
Talk about the rise of the supports. We've seen players like Csgo, who have been lights out in recent memory, obviously, on on Godsend. In this game, we've got Taco, whose form has been good and bad, but even through this whole period with Mayor and Taco was averaging more high kill games than he was, and the same is true with him and TRK. It feels like Taco is very comfortable in his role, and clearly every new player that comes into MIBR has had a bit more trouble. And you know that the 5th player they're hiring is not to be the same as Taco. He's hired guns, and usually a player that they believe in mechanically on top of being smart. And so for MIBR to get to the point where they're actually winning, that means their new 5th player, whoever it is, if it's Mayor and if it's TRK, they have to also put up much higher numbers.
Such a difficult job, a job that not many others have yet been able to fix or deal with. Here's Vinny back at Banana, looking for the 3rd frag, but it seems like Taco's got a little bit more gas in the tank. He smokes off CT despite there not being anybody there and gets the bomb plant, so that's money in the bank. And a chance, because he drops the smoke grenade in front of him, decides he doesn't need the M4. I gotta say, oh wait, it does fall back down. It was going to be a hell of a throw if he managed to get it onto the roof, and it looked like he did it. But in the end, they'll find that back. 2 SMGs with the M4, 3 rounds in a row for Furia.
Tried to hide the body in the pods. Pretty ambitious. I think it sucks that the roof is obviously a bit slanted. Could have got rid of that M4. I think probably should have just tried it again as opposed to throwing it forward. But, you know, maybe that was a next best option to try to hide the proof in the water.
Nice deagle there from Taco as well, really cracking open his push towards the bomb site. And of course, Furia laughing about the fact that they tried to hide their M4. Still able to find it in the end, and now we've got it. Now we've got the guns for MIBR to play with.
We're going to have the Betway odds fly in, so we can take a look at what the heartbeat is like on the betting side of things, and it looks like it's 4-1 in favor of Furia. Of course, a lot of Furia believers. The head-to-head stats go and prove that that's a sensible and reasonable estimate for the match odds. And this is already a flying hot start here for Art. He comes down mid. He is the ultimate space creator. Yuri joins in with the frags, and there's a great back and forth, but it's severely favoring the CTs at this point.
KNG
kill in.
Gonna take 0 damage on his first kill, so that one right there is at least the start of the massive 1v4 attempt. But for any damage he dodged in the first engagement, that grenade just took it away from him. Very difficult, and that's as expected. The good trade frag from Yuri standing on top of the barrels. Even if he had somehow whipped up to that 3rd player, there was a 4th man downtown to try and take it away. So weapons weren't the solution for MIBR, at least not yet.
That's true. Now here's this very tight angle that Art is working with, being so annoying, and he's the kind of player who's going to take a default that we've all played a million times and find a new angle within that default, and that's the kind of player that he is. He's going to be very creative with the kinds of guns he uses, recycling this MP9 in fact, and will be a thorn in the side of MIBR if they don't look to respond. Now, top banana control has been taken. It's actually KNG to be offered up the first frag, a great boost and a great timing on that boost to get him in a good position. And that leaves just 4 on Furia, as it's also MIBR to fork their control and look at mid.
Looking towards middle and setting up smoke grenades on Fur. Bomb, however, still tucked over towards Banana. Gonna dodge the Molotov, and that obviously prevents any sort of an actual execute. No commitment can be made, as we do see Henny cheat over to the B bomb site, so a single defender will stick over at that A site. Really seems to me like they're not biting on that one smoke thrown by the side of MIBR just moments ago, but there's still hesitation. Oh, they walk in. Henny. He's going to go right into the execute. Now, he could sprint back over to the A site if they want to, and that seems to be the read they have on the moment. MIBR still a little hesitant, can't make the most of it, decide to double back. Dude, the mind games.
It's going back and forth. Yeah, they actually are pulling back in. It feels like a lot of footsteps have been given up. Furia, so spread out at this point. Not really committing to either site right now, but there's really only one in B.
Wow, and he was so blind as well. Vinny, he was on the forefront of that smoke grenade, eats the flash in its entirety, and then you see the save call immediately. This is big. MIBR just able to pump fake once or twice. There was that one moment where it seemed like the three-man stack over on the B site was going to be enough, but then they didn't commit. They hold, and that call by Fallen just won MIBR their round.
Absolutely, a well-called round by Fallen, as you pointed out. Like, Henny rotating in was just such an important name tag. It's like, yeah, it nets them a kill, but it also creates chaos in Furia's mind, and it's so smart from MIBR to try to prey on that by gaming that rotation, recommitting to the same part of the map they intended to hit in the first place. Sometimes you see teams overthink it. Sometimes you see the clock run down for no specifically good reason. Here, MIBR use every second to make sure they're making an informed choice, and they apply the pressure all correctly. They don't risk any lives while doing it, and they really earned that first round on the board.
Get themselves in a second attempt as well to follow up. Still in a great state. A little bit of money for MIBR, so this isn't a complete and total blowout straight out the gate, but there is that double sniper setup, and this is one of those tools that Furia have been able to utilize more and more with the inclusion of Henny. It has knocked teams' socks off at times, but the first extension of that AWP goes down banana. Art is going to come up empty-handed. Yuri burns Fur into his crosshair, forcing his feet to move forward. Deep grenade through the apartments as well. Dunked on Taco.
It's a great way to start a round. 5v4 once again, and as you pointed out, just the residual, unconfirmed damage into the apartments player to make things a bit easier, whether they know it or not. So now Furia turning their attention back towards mid, pushing up aggressively, prying into the actual mid, but I think eating a flash on their way back. So this is kind of a big deal for MIBR. Not only do they retain Hall's control, but they've shied the CTs off mid. Only issue is that it looks like the bomb station outside of B and 3 players from Furia have already been attracted over to the site.
Yeah, this is what could have been in the round previous. Now, Case Serrato, he's on the forefront of the setup, dies instantly. That is a huge headshot for TRK. Now, they could decide to run through smoke. They're going to be met by the double stack, but even Vinny comes in empty-handed. They don't anticipate Art. He's got the trigger discipline, and he stops the bomb. KNG's going to try to trade it, losing out half of his health in the meantime. That straight-up 2v2 retake. But because there could be CTs with no help, KNG decides to stave off the bomb plant. Just wait a moment. Now, this enables 2 things. One, his teammate comes over to lend a helping hand, but also those CTs now in position. Or at least one. Only Yuri's close, and he's creeping forward onto the pit. Heard the drop. KNG gets another one. Henny swapping over to the AK, and he's already so close. He just needs the frags, but King Vito, 3 kills on the B site, takes the round by storm.
Would you believe it? That is a fantastic round by Mr. KNG. Didn't think he was going to get either of those trades by the way he was being peeked. He was being absolutely stalked in CT spawn. And, Art, man, I mean, sometimes this level of patience is inconsequential, but clearly this was the optimal and ideal play for him to make, dragging even the bomb past that CT spawn to make sure that he could get those first 2 kills and that they'd also commit forward. Furia did a good job of staying patient and watching for flanks just to make sure there was no option of a late round flank, but by the time they got over to B, they were in untradeable spots, and as we saw, King Vito himself taking down both targets all alone.
Look at the state Furia are left after that. USPs and Art's trusty Zeus. Now, if you guys haven't had your finger on the pulse of North American Counter-Strike, then you may have missed out on the consistency of this man buying the taser. The only person who would buy it this often, I would say, and this is a throwback, would be Ricky. Ricky from Australia. Look at it. He just zaps Fur out of the sky like a lightning bolt.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, it was maybe literally a lightning bolt. Oh my god, you see the scope falling. Oh, he was in danger. But now, he actually still might be in danger. They're going to pick up the AK. A teammate's coming to trade. Someone runs down mid. Trade actually does not come out. KNG stops it, leaving just Henny alone 1v3. He knows where they are, but he can't really do anything about it. He's only got 12 health.
Yeah, poor guy got baited. He went to pick up the empty, used Zeus obviously not available. It's the one-shot wonder. But he upgrades into the AWP, which is awesome. He gets that kill at the bottom of middle. That was basically the only person who could keep him away from the weapons. Finding the frag, finding the op. That's just going to be a little bonus moving into round 8. But this is it, MIBR. It comes at a cost, but at least they get those 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, much agreed. And I like to look at the quality of the rounds, and we see that they made so many smart decisions in terms of how they rotated. And there was a couple of times where they almost ran headfirst into Furia's rotations to beat, and almost ran into a full-on stack and still survived. So the quality of the rounds looks great. I think they earned that eco from every perspective possible. And of course, Furia have been leapfrogged forward into 4 rounds by having won the pistol. Oh, I like that's very cinematic. I mean, we even have the body twitching on the ground afterwards. Movie
I
magic.
think that's the most gruesome element of Counter-Strike, actually, is the twitchy Zeus bodies. You know, nobody else is twitching after they get shot. Yeah. Must be the electricity.
Maybe we could stand to be a little bit less
wow,
realistic.
talk about nerves. KNG just tries running through the Molotovs, and then when he decides he's gone too far, he turns back only to be met by the frag grenade. So utility is the solution for Furia in getting this opening pick. There's threats on the other side of the smoke, though. Art, he's trying to spam some shots here, and even fading away is difficult because of Fallen's consistency on this wallbang. Art instead wants to try and fight for this, or at least for the moment. He takes a little bit of a peek over smoke, but somehow doesn't react to Fallen being boosted on top of the logs. So we do have MIBR back in with a 4v4, and tons of utility still. I mean, that man advantage was gifted back to them.
It's true. And we know that again is the game that you sign up for when you play against Furia, but it works to MIBR's advantage to just be very cautious and hold for pushes like that. Now, Art, this is the game that he plays. He's going to do that oftentimes. It's hard to describe. It's hard to quantify. It's hard to explain to people. But when you see the results, you see why they keep trying it. This time around doesn't work out quite so well. Furia have lost a man advantage round in the past, and it looks like this might pile onto that statistic.
Yuri pops up at the right time, however, and then lays down the smoke. So he's just going to stay pinned into this position, or decides to just run upwards. Now that's going to enable Vinny to come in for the flank, so maybe there's an element of timing here. Seemed like they were drawing the eyes off Vinny so he could flank in from short. 3 versus 2, set up for the CTs, but Fur, he's got this barrel cover. Unorthodox spot, and he is screwed to any type of an arch peek, but for the time being, he's actually okay, and he could blindside both, but he only gets the first headshot. TRK is going to have to win us this 1v2. He's dueling versus the Opper over on arch, but K Serrato comes in at an awkward angle, blows his head off, and defuses bomb. That right there is Furia, 5 rounds on the board.
Of course, it's that levitation headshot. Now, Furia, it seemed like Furia could have potentially lost, but then Yuri's in a great spot to play for himself. It's the heavy lean towards B. They seem to be convinced that MIBR, no matter what the situation, are going to commit to this side of the map. And, feeding Art to them, especially when they feed Art to him, they don't have a trade potential, they don't trade information, they don't reclaim top banana. You think, okay, this is more reason for MIBR to want to commit over towards B, but they don't. They go back to A, and it comes down to this kind of great hold to allow Furia back into the rounds. But Furia up 5-3. It doesn't seem incredibly meaningful at this point. We're seeing a lot of substantially good rounds from MIBR as well as Furia, and it seems like a very tight race. In terms of utility, they're pretty much on par. There's some more unconfirmed damage here for Furia to start the round, but this time around, they've also got bottom banana control, which is something a bit new.
Yeah, bottom banana control maintained by just one player in Art. So he's going to have to be cautious because Fallen's on the other side. So he oversteps a boundary, and this sniper connects the shot, and all of a sudden they could just sprint into the B bomb site. He gets his chance, but the bullet just slightly off the mark. Now they are going to keep creeping, and they just saw him fade back around that corner. There's the potential for somebody behind bricks, so KNG is going to have to clear a bunch of stuff, but what the hell is this? Furia,
they love pulling the goalie.
leaving the B bomb site.
Open for it, yeah. And you know what? Because of how late these rounds go, I'd be surprised if this. Yeah, I mean, they actually. It's not even a commitment here from MIBR. Taco loses that opening duel. They're going to get some more spots. There's actually so many rotates. They're going to run headfirst into more players. There's a Halls lurk here. And, oh, Henny drops a very important shot. The T's are coming back to mid. What's going on?
They want to commit to this. They keep thinking to themselves, surely there can't be one more. There can't be one more, but there is one more. And that's going to be KS Serrato. He's in the 1v3, looking to take their heads off. Starts it with the first two. Fallen's all that's left, and the shot goes through the box. Now he can't plant. He needs the kill. Oh, and he gets it. Fallen at the last second finds MIBR to 4.
You can't explain this. This has something to do with the fact that it's a domestic matchup, that these guys know each other so well. The fact that there is this honeypot setup on the top of Banana, the full rotate, goalie pull on the B side setup, all the way over to A. MIBR game the rotations, run headfirst into the stack, and keep throwing bodies at the problem no matter how many name tags they see, and then full commit into the A site in the 1v2 and almost lose. I cannot actually figure out how this happens without the thought that MIBR are trying to go off of reads as opposed to information.
Unreal. Art, he tries to flash himself into Banana, costs himself his life, but K Serrato can trade this one. Dude, we're getting some fireworks right now. And there's definitely a world as well. Don't forget that Furia could have picked up that last round. Even with their positioning, I mean, a couple of missed shots by Henny, the player underneath the porch dying to Fallen as well. I kept just thinking to myself, like, they're definitely going to stop now, right? Like, they figured this out now, right? And no, they just were so persistent on taking that A bomb site. It seems as though they've changed targets, however, here in the 10th. B is looking juicy. They're going to start turning the corners. TRK with the fast first kill. Vinny spamming through the smoke, and he gets caught by KNG. The spam potential of the rifles versus what Furia had was way too much to handle. So we are going to be all tied up at 5 rounds apiece.
Quite simply, a good anti-eco. The stack is smart from Furia, but if MIBR throw the correct utility, there's a few spots that are so important to the crossfire. If they get flushed out, then even though you're running headfirst into the majority of the CTs, you still should have a better chance of winning because you've got the better guns. The flashbangs are well placed. You have the quad player who wanted to stand on the outside of the Molotov, but ended up standing exposed while blind. And of course, there is the boost in CT spawn that, as we know now, teams can't help but run into it because there's just the pathing from the top of Banana over towards the grill that supersedes worrying about that boost straight up, but because again they have those good flashbangs, our man up there who has a UMP that cannot be useful, and so they'll carry the UMP forward into this round. But it's 5-5 now. MIBR definitely look very good. They won a very important clutch round and look like they're about to take a lead, and it's become less clear than ever as to who is going to win this map, despite Furia's kind of staunch head-to-head lead versus MIBR in recent history.
What's wild is, too, that with that head-to-head record, it can seem incredibly one-sided. But before the game went live, when we brought up the match page, the actual score lines, there has been potential for MIBR to take a couple of wins within those 7. And it just hasn't happened. Hasn't happened yet. But again, this one, close as can be, and we've got MIBR on the up-and-up. Full economy, looking good, and they just keep getting the timings on these CTs towards the B site. Winning duels clean, individuals are looking crisp. This is a strong-looking MIBR. So for all we know, even though Furia could have the answer to MIBR, they could have the calls and the reads, this could be the day. Maybe, just maybe. Of course, with all the distraction going down at the B bomb site, we have this happening on A. Taco through Arch. He's got a man in library as well. Bomb plant secured. So instead of actually filtering into the stacked bomb site again, MIBR, a little wiser, decide to go to what's open, and they now have the lead here on Inferno.
They take it as they should. They're closing out a round that they're supposed to win, and they're hunting down all of the ecoing players right now, and it looks like they're not going to have any casualties whatsoever. Last chance here for Yuri to try to get something. Fur goes down, 2 HP, spray out on Taco. Taco can't land a single bullet, and the upgraded gun headshot for Yuri, I wouldn't put it past him. We've seen him do worse. with much less. But it looks like MIB are 3 alive, majority alive, and they've hunted down all 5 targets. So for Furia, it's kind of okay. They still have enough guns to buy everything that they want, but they're going to call a pause to talk about what the strategy will be moving into the next round. And I have to say, it looks like to me kind of a classic situation of like like Navi Astralis on this map, where Navi are making blind gambles towards sites, and the only thing you can do in response to that is kind of gamble back or take your best guess and half rotate out. But at this point in the half, MIB are winning that game, and it seems like I'd be worried and talking about that most if I was Furia. Now for me, I would probably start off with fighting for banana control more, because this is conducive to Furia's aggressive playstyle, and also would net them tons of map control, which would ease up on rotations into the late round. If they're willing to take that fight, that's a different question.
Time to find out. Furia back in with the big guns. And right away, we've got KNG working his push to the top of banana. Just holding inside of the smoke, so no vision. Definitely can't feel safe in this position, knowing that he has no teammates behind him, but he realizes the importance of it, and now they do inch closer. So smoke fades, it's all theirs for the taking. Furia, again, going to play responsively on whatever it is to come to the B site.
I think that's a really important description for what we're seeing, and it's unlike Furia to play purely responsively.
Well, let's see if they can connect the kills now. Vinny, he's got a lot of bodies trickling inwards. He's going to go for the peak, and Fallen takes a clear out. Serato can't manage the spray, so an empty-handed B-site hold. Yuri, he gets 1 kill on the opposite side of the map, but it could all be for nothing. Art is here at B alone. You know he just wants to tuck tail and give this up, and he will do so. This is MIBR now with a 7th on the board, and it all comes off the back of Fallen killing the Coffin player with an instantaneous sniper headshot, and then we had the attempt from Serato to go through smoke and just spray down bodies, but he misses crucially, not even getting the one who had turned his head back into the wall.
Playing with that prophylactic defense that we've seen from them so many times in the past. If they are trying to risk it all on one angle, sight hold at Coffins, then that is a gambit MIB are going to take every day of the week, because once they get to the top of banana, they know they've had the nades in this game to be able to take out players and take sites and leave CTs without options. And if you lose both players in the sites, the rotations are so difficult. If someone gets to the top of oranges, they can see back to your spawn, and that makes it so it's a very CT-sided affair once that bomb goes down. Furia, it seems like they're not playing the way that you would expect, but will the adjustments come? There's still a couple of rounds left in this half.
True enough, 3 to go. KNG actually turned back away from banana this time around. Think about how that contrasts to last round, when he just sat inside of a smoke with 0 information, waiting to find out if he was a dead man, only to see it was completely clear. Complete, stark difference. But Art, he's going to miss that one op shot. Fallen's going to peek into him. Oh, after TRK is fed to the wolves, but the trade frag still favors MIBR, arguably. That one B-site defender is going to feel a little lonely. Vinny doesn't want to lose his head, but he's still challenging.
Yeah, maybe he does kind of like want to lose his head. It feels like he's playing the carnival game right now. But coming out ahead, they fly through a smoke to try to trade him out, just because they expected Fallen's op shots to scare Vinny. But Vinny, he's not scared of anything. He's going to stay here. He's even still at the top of banana. People, I mean, they know he only has a rifle, so he's got a lot of gall to stay up here, because if he dies, obviously the rotation is a lot harder for the CTs. But now he's got a friend to come and help out.
Although he's also got an enemy trying to help clear this bomb site. Fur almost peeks into the last one here, but speaking of being the last, Fur's all that remains. Over on that A site, we had Furia picking up frags. They deny the arch play, and they had bomb back the entire time. So this one's staying as close as it can get. Furia only within 1 round. Nice little shot here from Fallen in the mix of all of that distraction. The smokes, the fire, the flames, the gunshots, doesn't matter. Fallen cold as ice, snaps one back off Banana.
Well, now we can see why Vinny wanted to play that game. He was trying his hardest to hold on to information with a death's grip and make sure that that smoke, while it's down, is being watched. Fallen tried his best to scare him, but instead, it made MIBR look foolish. So now there's a T timeout called, and MIBR will try to reassess what happened. And I wonder, why wouldn't Furia try the same thing again? It felt like going for the opening kill was one thing, and yes, 4-4 is not a very favorable situation for the CTs, but they did do a lot of nade damage along with that first kill to cement their place in the round, and again left with Banana control first and foremost.
Molly down middle. KNG ready to respond. Throws the smoke down preemptively. But Furia still with numbers at the top of the B site, so it looks like this is something that has been identified as an issue, and they're looking to change up their game plan. We've seen a sort of style, an assortment of styles rather. KNG underneath the wall. Art just hops up, but at the same time, Vinny decides to peek around the wall when they easily could have fallen back into the 5 versus 4. He tries to extend then. You would have thought that it could be predicted, and it was the case. However, Fur, he's going to be trying to puncture a hole out through the arch side, whether this is an A-Wrap or a split through CT spawn, yet to be seen, but that bomb floats at the base of mid, so I'm a little skeptical to call this a commitment. Art, he's going to get the head of Taco, but Cerrado's been smoked off, so Art does retreat, and Furt moves his feet to try and follow this. Cerrado right into the crosshair unsuspectingly. Now this could actually be the callback to the A site. They're just leaving all of their options open, but a bit of disjointed timing has fallen. He's going to fall to the player in Pit. Henny taking 2 and the third. Pit is the anchor that serves as the facet of tying this game. 7 rounds apiece.
They just put a scope on a tank and put him in Pit and let him bring his off shots off. Art is the hero of this round. Number 1 gets the Banana control. Number 2 gets halfway ripped open in CT spot and still wins the duel headshot versus Taco. Falls back. Fur finds a great angle to try to bring themselves back into the round, but again, it comes down to this tank-like defense with the scope in the pit. And all of this is to say is that when Furia win the early rounds, it usually follows through into later on. And sometimes the form of it is not necessarily a kill, but map control instead.
He saw an elbow. That's it. A sliver of the player down mid, and yet still enough. Yuri, he's going to have to swap over the sidearm and ask for help, but the help delivers. Cerrado, 2 kills on it. Furia, 8 rounds to 7. We're going to go ahead and take a break at the halftime, but we'll be right back with the second half of Inferno.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Oh my god.
Dude, you guys are so good, dude. What the hell?
That's a little bit unfair.
Dude, JKS is so good. So
I have the face piece, it's got cheats on it. The orb on scope is actually so accurate. I should just not use scope ever. It's just how simple it is. It's crazy.
It's ridiculous, dude.
What? What a shot! What? This is bullshit.
Yes.
No. Love to see it.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god.
Second. 30 seconds, guys. I got it. Oh! I got it. For a sec. You need one more. Yeah, one more. Nah.
Hey, at least I didn't come last. This is fun.
Boa, lindo eco, mano. Muito boa arte.
Ah, mano, eu tô te
Pegou no ar, mano.
já. É, eu tô te
Pegou no ar.
ver.
Sabe quando você foi ali, eu falei, mano, será que ele consegue pegar no ar? Aí você pegou.
Catching him in the air. Art, Zeusing dudes from the sky, making that taser look way better than it really truly is. But we fall back into the map, and that is an 8-7 lead for Furia as they switch over to the T side.
It was such an interesting half to dissect for reasons like this Zeus and otherwise. I mean, the cinematic shots that Blasted graced us with, but also just from an analytical perspective, the adjustments and the palpable decision making that we could see from Furia to respond to MIBR, how it lagged a bit. Was interesting. How MIBR were gaming the rotations on gambles was very interesting. The fact that KNG comes out of this with a 15 kill half, almost doubling his next highest teammate in kills, was also quite interesting. And for all of those reasons, you know, we have a half where Furia went 8-7. MIBR definitely played well, but now there's more questions about how this game will go moving into the T side.
Agreed entirely. I think that there was a moment in that half where I thought, oh my god, MIBR, they have the solution. But I don't think they have the solution. In the end, I think what we saw was they have fight in them. And we've known that. This matchup always provides a somewhat close score for the most part. So no surprise to find us here with a 1-round difference at the end of the first half. But Furia, they started to look good. They started to figure things out. And more importantly, I think they started to look more like themselves, Mohan. We got those deep peaks down Banana. We got the aggressive plays that sometimes seem too bold at times, but it worked for them because it always seems to. Now they are going to try to hold off on this B site. MIBR getting the first kill thanks to Fallen, cracking a headshot. TRK, a labor duel versus Art, but he didn't really have any business winning that. The entirety of the defense still stands until now. KNG, the first one to fall, and the CTs realize they've been flanked. It's TRK still back up at the back of the bomb site, standing tall, but we've got to have to hold off because Taco's now trying to box them in through construction. He gets the headshot versus Yuri, and MIBR 1 kill away from taking second pistol. Henny continuing to tap, continuing to fight. He sees both of the CTs, goes for the peak, and loses it to Fur. MIBR tying us again, this time 8 rounds apiece.
I'm so grateful that we get to see this tie so we can see this half play out. The strat was fantastic for Furia, but the execution wasn't. They had a very hard time despite having the Molotov land as soon as Arc jumps up on the grill to flush the quad player out, but they can't get the kill. Then they have to have Caserado push through the smoke early to try to trade out the side players to drag attention from the construction. He couldn't do that. He only got 1 kill, but was surrounded by 3. And there were so many moments where things went awry. But now, the push looks like it's been countered. There was 2 players playing anti-flash top of mid. Taco was so aware of the potential threat for this that he was ready and waiting. And he's got 3 CTs here who are emphatically, patiently, and in discipline waiting for this push to come through the smoke. But it's Furia now to cut their losses early. They turn back towards Banana. Caserado's quite low, but they've still got 3 smokes left over.
Yeah, the utility, it's going to enable them to just go for this B site hit. And if they can get the 2 defenders off of it without losing much of their own, then there is still a chance for the post plant. But you do have to favor the CTs. That's a hell of a grenade. He just dunks it onto the feet of Yuri, who drops to the MP9, Fallen looking for another one, and swapping over to the Thomas here. He's trying to control the back door. He doesn't want them to flood into construction. He doesn't want them to compromise either his position or the rotate over. But a 4 versus 2 with tons of utility. I mean, the incendiaries alone could be enough to burn Furia out of the back of the bomb site. And that's sort of what the CTs are hoping for here. Just get them out, go down for free, damn it. But Henny takes one with him. He catches the head of KNG. MIBR's retake still looks great. The double Thomas will be saved, and they still lead by 1. 9-8. The CT side is rolling.
You have to love the fact that they are able to pivot off of what looked like a complete commitment to mid-explode into this B-site exec that ends up still netting them a bomb plant. So that bomb plant means the world for MIBR, of course. Now investing into an AK on Henny, head armor for all, but not another player who can afford a better gun. This is quite interesting. A lot of stock put into Henny this round as he'll maybe try to manufacture an opening kill so they can go ahead and attack something. Caserado, upon pushed up front to the top of mid, attention has been drawn away from his position. KNG now falls back, and it looks like we have a kind of stalemate. They have at least drawn out a smoke at the top of mid, and I'd love to know and be in the mind of Furia and find out what their plans are. Where do they see themselves ending up here? Is it to go back to Banana, or is it to commit forward into A?
Yeah, where do they end up going? And then also, what is their plan on trying to get this one started? Betway odds still favoring Furia, but somewhat less, of course. Oh, Henny does catch Fallen. Looked away for the moment, and that's a big one. A little bit more damage over towards Fur as well, towards Banana. Henny, though, I mean, it's a good thing that some of these other players still have full Kevlar, because maybe he wants to swap that gun over. But a second pickup, this time off just the pistol, and the newcomer of MIBR, he's got some pressure on his shoulders here. Does he want to extend? Is he going to be afforded the space to make a drastic play, or are they going to keep him on a short leash and roll him back into the A site as the only sole defender? Because that, I don't think, fancies his chances. And they're going to leave him here. Poor guy has way too much to do. The entirety of Furia is going to be working closer towards him. They've got the utility as well to make his job real damn hard. But here he comes from the back of the bomb site with 3 kills. No! Oh! A team kill in the mix, but TRK, the one-man army, almost enough to get it over the line. Taco comes in time, and that one's a fumble from Furia. Right on the cusp of the site. They can't get anything done.
I don't think you could have drawn the narrative better than the way that you put it. His position on default meant he had no information. When he dies, the bomb will also go down. His 2 teammates over on the other side of the map couldn't be farther on the rotate, and they're already down 3v5. There's absolutely nothing that could have gone better for MIBR than for him to get those 4 kills, and I can't believe that was even possible. One of the last positions that's also expected from the T's who are encroaching on the site to definitely clear out, and he ends up still with a worse gun getting 4 MP9 kills. It's truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. I think that was one of the, that was one of those examples. but that's obviously what makes Counter-Strike the way it is. They can have the perfect setup, the perfect openings to the round, catch the aggressive response to the fact that they drop a player, lose that, and then still win. I mean, some kills just must be traded. On this round, though, I was going to say, lots of damage done within the 5v5, but KNG gets a kill, which supersedes that by a mile.
Low utility for a few of the members of MIBR as well, and this little bit of utility from Furia trying to instigate a fight at the B bomb site. They'll get a grenade response from the defense. Vinny's going to linger on the front of this and smoke off CT perhaps. That would completely screw Fur out of the equation unless he takes this risk. It does seem likely. He's going to cross over to the bomb site itself. They have that third defender in position. We've seen a lot of these hits from Furia fall flat, but they do a good job of burning Fur out of the open. KNG still blind. Hits the shot to Yuri and the follow-up. Down goes Art inside of construction. They still don't know about Fur. Fur with 10 health still manages the dink, but KNG has done everything here. He's sitting on the 3K. They've planted that bomb, but you know he wants this ace. You know he wants to peek around this corner and just gut stuff Vinny with the sniper. He's gonna do exactly that, extending a little wider. The ace could be his, and he takes it. The ace from the B hold, 21 kills. KNG playing lights out at the moment.
He's a monster coming into the site as a T. He's clearly a rock when he needs to stop the aggression. He can definitely do it all, and he is once again leading by an enormous margin. That ace takes him over the 20 kill mark. His next highest teammate with TRK at 13. And as you pointed out, KNG already did everything that round to just get 3 kills.
These are the kinds of individual little moments that are going to be enough. I mean, we already had the first half go down to the wire, and now we're getting these big moves from TRK inside the A site, the ace from KNG, celebrated by MIBR's fans. And I mean, I understand why, dude. He gave up no room for them. And I think what's beautiful about that is the tempered aggression. You know, he doesn't hyperextend around coffins before there's teammates next to him. He just falls back, holds it nice and easy, gives away the bomb plant, so be it. MIBR, they win the round, and now they've got that 3 advantage on the scoreboard.
KNG, a lot like Bentet, I feel looks somewhat subdued coming from his previous team into their new team, where they were still clearly great players, but not players who would put up a miracle performance every single game. Just as I say that, of course, Caster's Curse, KNG gets taken out, trades go both ways. Art drops a very important shot on the fallback, but he still has eyes on short, and he spotted Taco. Flash goes high and over, but this gets Taco killed.
Yeah, falling. He's going to try to wrap around, and he catches Art. The timing's still playing here into the 2 versus 2. We've kept the numbers even. A very labored effort to even get that bomb site control. As you said, Art dropping a big shot that could have made it easier, but hell, they could still win this. It's MIBR with 2 bodies inside of this smoke. A great crossfire from K Serato. All he has to do is look right, but he's blindsided. Henny lets them walk up. He's gonna get that flick headshot onto Fur, and Fallen, well, he's got the cover of the box. It's a Glock out, and Fallen just crab walking at him, hits it with the pistol. Are you kidding? MIBR, 12 rounds. How many more heroics do they need?
You know what? That might be one of the last. They are draining Furia of their fight by winning rounds like this, and this is the point where they are in tripping distance of actually closing out the map. A T timeout is called to talk about things, guys. What the hell just happened? Trades were pretty good. Art actually tracking down Taco allowed his teammates to be escorted up to the point that they could trade without dying. But even once that happened, Art gets taken out when he tries to re-peek at mid, and MIBR claw their way back into it. You gotta love how they approach from Arch in that 2v2, crouch walking into the site, covering each other on both sides, protecting themselves from being spotted over top of the box. I mean, you wanted MIBR to win in that situation because they played it correctly, and then they did. 4-round the lead here for MIBR, and I want to say that they don't show signs of stopping. I won't say that because, again, it's a 1v1. And it's also Furia who get another full buyout. And it's 2 kind of miraculous rounds in a row for MIBR to help them get to this point. But it really now comes down to the mental game for Furia.
2, even 3 labored rounds down to the wire. Art, there's a body next to you. Bird, he's going to be back behind the sandbags. Can't manage the follow-up kill. Oh, no. Furia could have had a huge opening, and they still have the 3v3 to play off of, but this one could have been even cleaner from them, no doubt. Wild antics yet again here in the 21st round, but we're going to have to slow down. We're going to have to catch our breath. There's still more than a minute on the clock. We get that really quick fisticuffs over on Banana, and now the only defender left is Fallen. Everything to do, and he hits the flick shot, but he doesn't kill Vinny. He takes him down by half his health, and with Fallen dropping like that, it's an easy B plant for sure.
Wow, they dropped the deep CT smoke on top of all of this, so they can threaten into construction. Actually love this. A couple of very important grenades left, honestly on both sides, but it looks like MIBR are going to turn tail and run. Listen, they've got the last 2 rounds. They had to rely on the ace from Henny, so there was slight losses on that round despite winning. And in the round after, there was a 1v1, so MIBR had lost 4 players. It's gotten kind of expensive, and the proof is in the economy for MIBR right now. They definitely almost need to save here, despite having pretty good retake utility. Now, I will say for Furia, getting it down to a 3v3, advantage, disadvantage aside, I think they are very happy to be in that spot, kind of on alt maps, where the mid-round is when they can get the highest amount of lure kills. They're so good at being able to push when people are low on utility, and I think that's where they're trying to get to every single round. I personally like Furia adapting to that now. When we saw them kind of not playing like themselves on the CG side, it feels like they're coming more into their own. Not certain that this game is over. All of that is just to say that. And now the CTs will call a timeout to organize who's buying what. And it looks like, I think they're going to be lacking an op on fall unless they've had already dropped it. And Furia will have a slight advantage into this round.
Slight advantage. Remember that, because this was the very first round on their T side they actually add to the board. So they broke through. The 5-0 start for MIBR's defense. I mean, you know as well as we do that it came down to the wire, and yet that's still what they've got. And it's costly. I mean, a deagle for Fallen. Unless there's a gun on the ground and I missed it, but no sir. He's just playing off the, hand cannon.
Yeah, I'm choked up by how exciting this match has been too, Connor. I mean, this is seriously kind of an emotional moment here for MIBR as they kind of stand in the face of all odds in losing their last 3 series 2-0 and potentially can start off a tournament with a win versus one of their biggest rivals right now.
You had me all, I choked up and then I was sipping water to fix the problem and then you made me laugh. And that made it worse, so settle down now, don't try to kill me, alright? I mean, MIBR, they're killing it right now, those 5 rounds in a row to start, but they've got to get right back on it. I feel like it's a matter of if Furia can puncture through this, if Furia can establish an economy, then we're really going to see them shift into 6th gear, because Furia's the type of team where if you're going to beat them, you got to beat them badly. If you leave them right there in the nick of it, bad things can happen like that. Hanny just blows KNG away. TRK, a lot to do from inside of the pit. Now, last time he was the last man here, he came up huge with the hold. And that Molotov's not going to flush him out. He dinks Henny, who now dropped bomb on top of Graveyard. And, well, TRK, he's got all the assistance in the world. He calls for reinforcement, and they arrive in time. TRK serving as an anchor yet again, and MIBR lead by 4, only 3 away from the win.
Man, they called the ambulance so fast there. The rotations were quick, they were desperate, but they were in time, and I think that's the most important part, like not even wasting a moment here, getting through the smoke, pushing through to come to their teammates' aid. KNG fell asleep at the wheel in the pit as we saw. His Falmus was trying to hold for the angle on the peak, and it didn't even follow the player that shot him in the face. Furia, we know, when there's an exploitable weakness, and that round was Arch, they will find it and they will walk to the point of absurdity and then try to attack your site. MIBR left that hole wide open and almost lost because of it. But again, the responders to the situation were everything for MIBR.
Now it's the big fight, the big pinch. They're clamping down on brackets, and the T's come out on top. Henny has been the difference maker. 3 frags for him. Fallen, gonna have to clutch this yet again. He goes right through the molly. He drops the bomb, and you've got to think that the best post plant would be Pit, so he hones in on Vinny, hits the headshot, but just can't take it over the line. Vinny survives, Furia to the double digits, and that lead gets cut by 1.
Truly an amazing play by Fallen. I mean, he had both players read like a book, ran through this Molotov just in case it was a default plant, called this bluff out with the amount of HP he had left over, and forced Vinny to readjust his aim to win his duel. He did everything perfectly, and then MIBR lost. They've had very expensive rounds. This is going back and forth. MIBR are going to invest slightly into this. They have the scout to work with, a couple of players with utility, and some deagles as well. And they have won half buys or worse in the past. So I wouldn't put it past them to put this one together. Furia's prerogative should purely be to avoid getting scouted by Fallen and to pick a site while they still have a lot of map control to work with. And he's like, I know how that scope works, brother. I can handle you.
Come get it. And he dishes it out to Fallen. I gotta say, man, I like these little crab walk clutch attempts. You know, he did it on the bomb site with his pistol out, just crawling closer in the 1v1, and he attempted it last round too, just trying to offset the head. Although, because of the FAMAS, he loses out to the better weapon. God, I love a Fallen clutch. But this round, he is out early. TRK is gonna find his paws on the scout. And all the while, Furia collecting themselves over here towards the B site. Art's gonna go first. He's playing off that Mac 10, wants to make some money. KNG just wants to dodge these bullets. They do have a second defender here as well, don't forget. That's gonna be Fur tucked inside of the smoke, just waiting. Just buying time for this T side to commit. And sure enough, now they will. 20 seconds left on the clock. Fur actually gets himself in the middle of it all, and KNG swinging out also grabbed a frag. So each of the defenders doing damage, each of them finding just 1 kill, but because the numbers game is to the strength of Furia, bomb plant inevitable. An 11th round inevitable now. So within spitting distance of MIBR, despite the CTs still having the lead.
This game has felt like an epic. Like, I can't believe it's only a best of 1. It feels like I'm like trying to sit down and watch One Piece all in one sitting with like every filler arc as well, with the amount of rounds and how back and forth it's been and how economically desperate it's been for both teams, and the amount of kind of strategic adjustments from both sides. I think that's also kind of made it feel very exhausting in a sense, and I can only imagine what it feels like for the players involved. I don't see a clear path to victory for both teams based on what we've seen in the second half. In fact, it feels like every round is left on a knife's edge and can be won with or without pistols, but almost legitimately in a way. Like, even when pistoling players are winning rounds, it's because they made good rotations or something else on merit that's brought it close. So Furia within 2 has made this a very tantalizing opportunity for Furia, and any situation where they might be worried about, you know, the fact that they lost some of those close rounds have probably been washed from their memory, as they are now also very, very close to actual finish line. I mean, here you can get a real push out of them. They'll also be happy to find out that MIBR are themselves on pistols once again.
Yeah, mirrored image of what we got in the last round. Let's see if Fallen can do anything more so this time. He's trying to dodge the grenades as Furia go ahead and establish top banana control, but they're giving him shots to take like that. Art down for the count. Quesarado, that was ballsy. Just kind of jumps in there. Oh, and there's a Zeus in play.
I think he jumped. Yeah, I think he maybe jumped just to get rid of the AK, which is crazy. But yeah, I mean, that could have been around. Yeah, they don't get a gun because he drops his gun, picks the other one up, throws it over, grabs his gun again, and gets out of there. MIBR waste no time in terms of trying to open this up, but it looks like Furia have spotted the hold once again. They're going to wait for the Arch guys to wrap before Vinny takes a peek, I would only assume. And then from there, they should have a pretty easy time killing both Balcony and Pit. But the mid rotates.
Yeah, it was a chance. I feel like if the CTs just wait a moment more, then maybe Vinny walks into it. Maybe the terrorists turn their back, but they are caught out. There's still a possibility here. Not supposed to happen with just the pistols, and seeing as Fallen's now gone, that scout is no longer in play. Poor Taco, outnumbered, outgunned. No real chance at this one. But Furia, I mean, they definitely didn't have an easy anti-eco. They had to work through the counter-terrorists, and really boils down to timing.
You know, if we turned off X-ray in that moment, we could really see that for MIBR, they're wondering where Furia are, right? Like, at this point, if they knew exactly all these positions they were standing in, then they'd go ahead and be more patient. But once you have a player pushing all the way up mid, you have this Hall's control, you think, man, like, they must be compromisable, but Furia, they're sleeping on a bed of nails, sitting inside of Arch, waiting by the cubby, holding the mid flank, at the end of holes, in all of these really good positions, but scary ones to be in. And I think that's what nets them the edge over MIBR in this spot. Like, you know, Vinny wants to activate, but he'd love more than anything for KNG to just give him the kill for free. And then, yeah, it's a series of dominoes that fall after the first kill comes out as the CTs scramble. So I love that Furia are preying on the patience of MIBR. And yeah, it's a kind of another mental victory, I feel like, for Furia.
I would agree with that one. You know, preying on the patience or the lack thereof in the last round. And Vinny, I mean, he doesn't realize just how close he was to death that entire time. But we had Kanji offer it over. Henny, currently the leader of ADR here on Inferno. The one and only map we'll get in this match. The round robin stage taking us all around the world. Where do we end up? Nobody knows. I would not have foretold the chance of MIBR being on Inferno of all places, where I think our analysts painted a really great picture of their struggles, the difficulties of the map pool matchups in specific between these two teams.
Yeah, itinerary unclear. Got my hand stuck in a boiler.
Chilling. They make their play off of the smoke. Goes down on the arch side. CT's not giving up too much footing, not yet wrapping around over towards short, but now they're going to have to. We've seen TRK do great things from these holds, but wow, Vinny, blind through the smoke, finds the headshot. And that's all that was on the bomb site itself. I feel like MIBR, they were relying on the pit player to hold long enough for them to rotate in, get into the mix, and we had seen in the last round this all unfolded. But not this time, Mohan, not in round 26. Furia, they're going to tie this game 13 apiece, and it's a bit of a fall flat moment, you know? We're building the narrative. We're getting closer to the peak of the round, and whoop, it's one kill, that's it. So let's hold our excitement back for one more round because all these guns move forward.
They're looking more and more, as Shox famously once said, you know, he didn't say this about Furia, he said this about his team at the time, but it might have been Titan, might have been Vitality, who knows, but he said there are 5 fingers on one hand. He said that in the motivational speech, and it feels like with Furia, that is what they are acting like now on the T side. They are moving together as a unit, spread out but cohesive, keeping eyes on each other, making sure things are covered, and once they have gained a certain amount of map control in this kind of spread out amorphous blob as T-sided players working on map control, they're going to pounce on the site. They put so much pressure on the very few angles that are left, and of course, it's a miraculous frag by Vinny, but they were still in a good position to get in there and trade him out 1-for-1 if they didn't get it that way. Now, Furia 13-13, and what I would be most afraid of if I was MIBR is literally the same fate happening again. I would be working harder to try to get these opening 5v4 frags, but this is also the adjustment that Furia would love to see you make. This is the Furia trap. This is the Furia gambit. They want you to be aggressive because that's where they thrive, but they've just shown us that they are good even if you don't.
Yeah, they'll whittle you away, even if you give them the time to do it. Listen, at the start of this match, I feel like we had the KNG show that he could have individually been the difference to make this result an MIBR win. And while him and Fallen have both put in huge efforts, clutches most notably, it's really Henny who is leading the charge here out of these 10 players. And they were going to have to find a solution to him. But it seems like once more, MIBR, they're not going all in on the aggression, but also not hiding in their bomb sites. Fur, he hopes they come walking up banana.
Big risk to sit in this spot, of course. You risk getting spammed down. Naded. There's only a series of undignified deaths that can come from sitting at the top of card these days, but the big benefit, if nobody comes, is being able to peek half wall on an off angle late into the round and nobody expecting you to be there, and that's now where he activates, and he's going to draw the CT rotations over towards B, or towards A, excuse me. The commitment is up towards mid. I don't know how hard they're going to run through with this. MIBR, though, are in great spots to defend. At least Arch. There's still one on the opposite side of a Moto smoke. No one in pit either.
It's going to be tough to unravel. TRK, he reveals himself, and KNG's op is already fired off, so they know there's at least two. But there's that third player in the mix as well. And Furia, they're so focused on pit because normally there has to be someone over there. KNG is going to be able to flick up for one frag. TRK denies Henny close, but it's over the smoke that Yuri is going to best him. So the health advantage here is working for MIBR. They're down to the 8-second mark. Bomb has to just haphazardly jump across just in the nick of time. Art's going to get this one in. CT's flood forward. They're trying to push him, and they work it out. Fallen with the double kill. Again, instrumental in these clutch, wired down type moments. 14-13, MIBR 2 away from the win.
And a great round to look back on. The fact that they had Fur in that spot at top banana, they took a calculated risk, they used his information to rotate over, and they were in a much better setup than I thought because they had the op on the back of site, the crossfire within the site, so they had someone spotting down halls, and Furia, honestly, they handled it with pure class, coming carefully onto the site after they dropped the first op kill. They didn't leave any more clues, they waited patiently, tried to move in off of a flash. There were a couple missed shots by MIBR, but if MIBR hadn't missed those shots, honestly, it would have been a clean wipe against Furia. So now, Furia, they're probably wondering how it was that MIBR were so convinced and had rotated so many players over. Or maybe they think, because the round was played out so long, that MIBR had no choice but to move. Either way, they know they were limited on banana control, and it looks like Fur has moved back to the exact same position because he wasn't spotted last time.
Yep, he's gone unnoticed. He doesn't even have to use the smoke grenade to get him out of position. He commits to the spray down. 80 health gone from Fur, and yet he still takes K Serato. All while Art also has as low HP as him. They're going to commit to this, so it seems. They're going to start wrapping around the Arch side. They're met by a smoke, though. This is going to kind of slow it down a bit. Double T utility Fallen. He's going to get flashed over top and through the smoke to the blind spray. One of the most crucial clutch players for MIBR at the moment, and he dies to the blind spray down. KNG only able to get the one in this, so it's a 3 versus 3 moment yet once more, but TRK from pit. Again, on these last second holds, he locks it down, but Henny has been the best player in the server. Now it's him 1v2. He calls out Fur's crouch walk, and Henny has everything left to do. He doubles back. Taco's on the corner. Henny has his number, but Taco's got the headshot, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. MIBR, 15 rounds guaranteed.
So smart to try that out, but Taco just as aware to hold on to that flank push. And this is the most tragic way to die. Running through the smoke after you threw your own counter smoke, knowing that they want to push through. He should have had the advantage. Yuri gets the spray. Fallen did ask to be sprayed by making noise coming through, but you don't expect him to just die straight up. And so you think, this is where it all goes bad for MIBR. We've seen this story play out so many times, but still they stay resilient. Furry even tries his hardest to hand that round over to Henny in the 2v1 by pushing through and biting on the fake defuse. But again, Taco, critical clutch win.
Oh, and Taco again starts this one with a clutch kill, because if not, Fur would have been doomed. But now Fur still has them by surprise, and the bomb's not expecting it either. Unless Furia can claw back a 2 versus 5 here in the 29th, it's MIBR with the win. Oh, insult to injury as Vinny goes down without even seeing his murderer. Yuri, what are you made of, my man? He's already trying to work up Banana, but they're spamming him down. They're bullying him at this point. He gets the fadeaway shot, 50 seconds left over. 1v4. 1v4. Do you think it sinks in yet that he has absolutely zero chance? Do you think he's realized that this game is already done for? Because it is now. I can't believe it. They break the curse. The core finally bests the younger Brazilians. The grandfather lays down the beating that was a victory here on Inferno. A close call. So many clutches. So many incredible moments. But it's MIBR with a victory. We're going to throw this one to a break. We'll be back with more NA Counter-Strike right after that.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent, and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours, so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I'd die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Pode ter mais. Mais uma cor, comendo aqui.
Xuxa explodiu 2. Boa. Linda.
Mais um, mais um.
Showdown.
Mais um.
this is where you're going to have a bit of an advantage if you are playing from that team house environment, because yes, okay, you're playing online, but it's a bit like what we saw at Flashpoint, where it's like you're playing online, but you're still in the same location. You can still take advantage of that and have that team unity. And is that a major factor here for MIBR? Big win here to take down Furia in a best of one, granted, but they took down Furia on Inferno. Maniac, let's start with you. I believe you had some insight here on one of the sites as well.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out one of the problems that Furia had on their defense, and to be honest, just one word, B, or rather a letter, B. That was the issue for Furia. At any time they were playing passively, even if they had the stack, just as we see right here, Art being the third player under attack, he gets 2, but that's just not enough. Anytime Furia were playing in a passive setup, they could never ever throw the attack. We have another run coming in here, a great execute from RBR. We can see all the Molotovs being lined up quite correctly, but here once more, Vinny will be the first one to fight. He's gotta have no help quite yet. His peek behind that Molotov, we see he's down, and now comes the flanker through the smoke. By the time he's already out, that's Queserado done, and the third player is out of position. So for Furia, unfortunately for them, anytime they gave up banana control, they lost every single round. And just in the whole spread of tactics that you can use, if you can only win rounds by fighting banana, well, that's going to be a big problem.
It did look like there were a bit of it, just a little out of whack. Maybe some of that online coming into it where you aren't quite syncing up. You're having a little bit of difficulty. I mean, one player that did stand out was KNG, and Thorin, want to ask, anything that stood out for you there in terms of his performance?
I mean, the guy is a beast. The problem has been, it's just we've never really been able to see it in MIBR, at least on LAN. Online, he's been a monster. He was one of the main people who was pushing them through to the deep stages of Flashpoint. At one point in time, the main carry before Fallen and Fur kind of took over and revitalized kind of some of the classic form you expect from them. In this game, I mean, if he doesn't go absolutely bonkers here, we're busy talking about Henny and how he's the best AWPer in Brazil and how it was Furia winning yet another game that admittedly would be close, and it would be an 8-0 map win streak for them. So I think KNG, you have to give him a massive pat on the back. I think he's performed very, very well. I still feel as though at times he looks like he does cap out the kind of style that MIBR uses. He doesn't seem like the most cerebral player, but if he's going to frag like this, you don't need him to be. You can ride this horse all day long.
He can be an instrumental player. I mean, one of them that was also standing out was Fallen. It seems like perhaps he's coming back into his own. I mean, is there anything that we want to touch on before we start focusing on the next match that's coming up very soon? Is there anything we want to touch on regarding Furia? Apart from the B-side defense, was there anything else that stood out that they could adjust? Because this is still one of the top teams in the group.
Yeah, well, listen, I was listening to the comms, and obviously I do not understand Portuguese, so I could only get the rhythm, and I could only get like the hype or the pressure they have. And one thing that really stood up is that they always talk so fast. I am actually tired. I'm exhausted from listening to them. I feel like they never had a moment where they're just in control and they know everything's gonna happen. The rhythm is always super snappy. They give all the information so fast, and I'm thinking, how can you be lucid? How can you be, well thinking when this is happening so fast? But maybe that's just the way they play the game.
Seems like it, jacked up and ready to go. Well, they're not done yet, obviously, round robin group phase, so they'll have more chances at it. But that isn't our only match from North America tonight. We have 2 more that will be coming up, and our next one will be Gen G versus Chaos. And, well, Chaos, they always like to live up to their name. You never know what to expect with them. But Gen G are the ones who have been really, turning things around, it looks like. And, Thor, I want to start with you. What are you going to be looking out for here going into this match when it comes to Gen G?
Well, that's it. The main focus of this game is Gen G for me, because obviously Chaos, I mean, we've talked about it, the roster changes all the time. It's hard to even know as a result what maps they're really going to want to play. For Gen G, my main questions are, who are the star players of this team? Because it's all well and good telling me, well, actually, we've got 3. Ooh, you know what, if Kusta does like he does at Flashpoint, we've got 4 players who can all frag out. It's like, yeah, but not at the same time, and there has to be a rhythm to the team. You have to have the players you can rely upon, who you can invest the resources in. So actually, people like Kusta, to be frank, they aren't that kind of a player. Like, I'm looking at someone like Som, this very young rifler who was the MVP at DreamHack Anaheim. I've actually found him kind of underwhelming, even during this period where Gen G's been one of the better teams. Ben Tet is a very skilled player. I see flashes of the brilliant player I saw in Tai Lu, but the consistency hasn't really been there. I don't know if that's a communication issue, playing in a different style of team. And Automatic has revitalized his game recently, but he hasn't been that monster that he used to be in Cloud9 that made a lot of people feel like he was stuck in Elo Hell. So I just want to see where it all settles out. Like, who is going to be the main person for Gen G? Who can they build the team around? And then we can start to figure out who's surplus to requirements, who's going to be here in 6 months.
Well, one team that's looking to at least start strong here in the group and take them out at the knees is Chaos. And so, Maniac, I'll ask you, in terms of Chaos, who are you trying to keep an eye on right now going into this match? Because we're going to be getting into it pretty soon here. So, we have the map pick ban, but thoughts on Chaos?
Well, I think Duncan pointed out very rightfully that, Steel is not looking to be like the most creative, crazy, tactically execute-based team, in-game leader, but he wants to be efficient. He wants to have a few tricks that he can use here and there, and this is what I'm going to be looking at for this lineup for Chaos, right? I don't think they will have the craziest, most exotic moves we haven't seen before, but I'm hoping that Steel can actually figure out weaknesses in the defense and find this very easy, like one-trick attack to win some rounds. So that's going to be my focus for Chaos.
So now we get to go into it, the map pick ban, where this match is actually going to unfold. And, well, I'm actually going to hand it right over to you, gentlemen. Thorn, take us away.
Yeah, I mean, logically, if you think about Gen G, like, they play Mirage a lot. They actually originally were going with Inferno as their main map pick. Now, they've looked up and down on both maps. That's just the nature of their form, unfortunately. So, we've already got a ban themselves of Inferno here, so they're trying to push it towards the deeper water. Chaos, with all the lineup changes, don't have the strongest map pool in the game. So, it looks like, yeah, we get Mirage, actually. I feel like if you're actually the Chaos guys, you're perfectly fine with that. I mean, Gen G might like the map, but I'd rather play the POG map if I'm the one with the newer players. I want to keep playing simple Counter-Strike like we were just talking about, Maniac.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think when you end up with a veto where Gen G has a choice between Dust 2 and Mirage, and you're Chaos, you've done a great job. The veto has gone your way. You've pushed out all the super tactical maps where you definitely are not going to have that depth required, whereas Dust 2 and Mirage, they all play FPL. They all have the basics. They know how to play the ABCs of the map. So, good job if you're Chaos. You've opened up the possibilities. You've opened up a possible avenue to an upset.
This is everything going their way. We're not going to have that repeat of Astralis on train twice. No, not meant to be. Not going to happen this time. It's going to be the slug out match. It's going to be the beatdown. And I do believe we should be ready to hand it over to the commentators now and get things underway, because Launders and Scrawny are in it, and they are definitely doing a good job today. Had a great match to kick things off with Furia and MIBR, and I'd like to hand it to them now to get this match underway, because I really do want to see how this goes, but it's not yet. I'm jumping the gun. So we actually have a little bit more time. I thought we were pressed, but it looks like we have a little bit more time to discuss. Did we miss anything as far as Steel and Daps are concerned? These are the in-game leaders going head-to-head.
Yeah, well, if we want to synthesize these two, because you can see the numbers are very, very different, but again, their roles and what they bring first and foremost in the team, I think, is very different. You have, on one hand, Daps, who is creating a system, a full system with a new roster, trying to create the game and have that structural impact, whereas Steel, he's being more the efficient kind of in-game leader. He's being the one, as Duncan was very rightfully pointing out, he's setting himself up for success, finding a few tricks here and there to win rounds. He's like the pragmatic kind of EIGL, whereas Daps is more the orchestra sort of EIGL. Then again, the numbers very much in Steel's favor.
And Bentet has been one of those guys who have been on the rise. It feels like we've been talking about him forever. He's been in this scene, and now he is Hansel Ferdinand going to work with Gen G. Thorin, do you have any thoughts in particular about Bentet?
Yeah, Bentet is a player where the mechanical skill is just obvious. Like, when he's dialed in, it's going to be all straight headshots with the AK. A player who is definitely very glad we've seen the last of the Creek for now. The problem is, the Tyloo team he played in, that particular era, was nothing approaching the European meta of Counter-Strike. Not even like the North American meta, for that matter. So, I feel as though where he has to level up his game is he has to learn how to play with these particular teammates. He has to learn how to play under a real in-game leader. Like, he was actually the in-game leader a lot of the time in Tyloo, and they played a very limited style because, quite frankly, they had language barriers even within that team. Like, he cannot speak Chinese as far as I know, so he was just having a call very simply. I think people were even translating live in the game, so this is a different world for Bentet to play in, and you're not just focusing on your crosshair here. So I think he's a player who I hope they stick with him in Gen G, give him a good run of form, definitely let him get to some of the lands, because he could be a massive game changer for them. But for now, I think he's just someone who's still kind of adapting despite so many years in the game, as we just pointed out.
And so on that note, a lot of adapting left to be done here by Gen G. We've saw them in Flashpoint, didn't quite live up to expectation, and so this is an opportunity for them to have a turnaround here and to start getting those results on the board with these players. So I'm going to thank you guys for your analysis. I'm going to thank our sponsor, Betway, for providing the odds for this match, and we're going to be going to a quick break before we get into it. And so when we come back, we'll have Launders and Scrawny on the mic.
Hello, Pim.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened for your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an Internet Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Isa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Isa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. Cool thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time.
Okay, so I'm gonna...
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scrawny, hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's absolutely fine. No, no. Scrawny, I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
Alright, see you, dude.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the North American Showdown, 8 teams are divided into 2 groups of 4. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 3 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 4th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. 3rd place from Group A will play against 2nd place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 semifinals. The winners of each semifinal will face the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Final. For the teams finishing 2nd in their gauntlet bracket, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
Plenty of teams fighting to get to that spot at the Blast Spring Finals, but of course this, only the 2nd map of our North American Showdown, so still lots to prove. And I think lots to prove should be the title of this next matchup, because we have Genji versus Chaos. And I'm the only person who seems to have predicted the Chaos win, and I recognize that that's going to take an upset, because they have unknown entities in Leaf, the player who wasn't there last week for Chaos because he was supposed to have left for Valorant, and now he's back replacing Voltage, who unfortunately hasn't been performing lately. So I think that the pieces are there here, Launders. I think it's still going to take a real deep dig from Chaos What do you make of this matchup?
Yeah, I like your point, and you know, the prediction's tough. I think it can be close, and the unknown quantity of Leaf brings things into question. I feel like the heat on Voltage came because specifically of their match versus Furia, where he was unable to kind of find op kills or find his place, and maybe in general they feel like Leaf can handle himself more in those spots. But we saw him play well and not, and I'm not sure that this is going to be a bad or good change necessarily for Chaos. They have a great squad regardless, because Janji, Zappa, Vanity, Steel, all of these guys have done such smart and incredible plays on a mechanical level that you have no choice but to back them. They are so damn good right now, and we have been presently surprised by the lower end of the North American teams. Genji, Cloud9, Chaos, these are the teams now that are the focus of NA. EG and Liquid are trying to make up ground, and the Brazilian teams that play in NA are leading the pack. But these guys right here, these are the hopes of NA at the moment, and they have been impressing us for those who have been watching.
Well, they will take to the T side, Genji, Chaos on the defense. And we've got some elaborate little head boosts attempts here in the apartments. Let's just forget about whatever that was, because what's important is we've got Leaf and Steel just running straight in. And I mean running all the way in. Kusa just patiently sat back, Steel delivering himself on a silver platter, and Daps meanwhile has gotten that opening kill over towards the A site. So they're hitting Chaos on all fronts, and my god, they're hitting them hard. Daps looking for a third frag, he pieces it together versus Janji. That's the clean sweep in the pistol, and the 3-piece by Daps.
And we know that's the lay of the land for these pistol rounds, and we know also that Genji are an execute-focused team. They have a lot of good tempo changes, a lot of variety in their gameplay, but ultimately I think the highest highs for them are when they pull off these very cool and usually fast executes that are multifaceted, and I think that's when they shine the most. We see that come into effect on that round, and we've put Chaos in a spot where they have to force. Now they have Deagles to work with, some nades, and some armor, so there's still a threat, but Genji are spread out and holding down to make sure that no mid control can be taken back.
Yeah, then they're just going to all in onto the A site, look to burst through any sort of defense, any kind of stack, and right now that stack's kind of held back over towards Connector. Very much hoping to encapsulate a player at the top of middle. Chaos could have taken like 3 or 4 peaks simultaneously, but with the walkout from Genji already being this far from ramp, you know it's going to be easy pickings once the fights unfold. Assuming they can best the Deagles, of course. They've got the heavier hitting weaponry, but do they have the aim? Well, Som, he's got the head of Steel first, but Leaf does get the fadeaway Deagle frag, and then Zeppa's going to take the exact same spot. So the AK is now starting to shred these counter-terrorists. Even that CT flank from Vanity can't get into the mix fast enough. Sure, he takes one player with him, but he's dunked on by the grenade of Som. Genji converting after pistol. That's the 2-0 start.
4-up for Daps already. We know when he has his great maps and you see how smart he can be, and you mix that in with how mechanically gifted how mechanically gifted he is at his peak, that's when that's when the team truly flourishes. We saw him play on Vertigo in a map where it looked like they were down and out, but he was hitting shots, he was positioning himself properly to allow Genji to look like masterminds across all 5 players just by his actions alone. So we know the kind of incalculable impact Daps can have when he's playing well, and that's going to be another problem here for Chaos. Chaos's CT side is a little bit less interesting than their T side, but honestly, on Mirage, you gotta love what they do on T side. We'll get to talk about that a bit later. There's a lot involving this B apps control, but in general, the whole map, they're usually very smart, very pervasive, good in rotations, and it looks like they're about to catch an execute right here on this full save.
Yeah, they've called out this B site for the full stack. Automatic, gonna be first at bat 3, rapid frags. There's the 4th and 5th. So stack the bomb site all you want, Chaos. You guys just got ripped to shreds.
They had 3 players within 10 HP of dying, so overall I think the spots were smart. I think that this sky-high view tells the story perfectly. Here's the other great thing about Gen G, is they are so well drilled and oiled when it comes to their timings and spacings on their executes, where it seems all the right choke points are pressed at the exact right moments. And these are, of course, spots where you can't exactly see how much space your teammates created while you're worried about your own choke point, but they seem to always be fine-tuned to the point that it looks like they're moving as a single unit. And I think, that's something that we'll try to highlight as we move into this half as well. Kusta up to 5 kills. An outstanding player, honestly. These days, it feels like Henny, he's come into his own, where he's not so much hot and cold, he's more consistent. I think it was pointed out that he stayed around a 1.0 rating for most of his career at this point, and he has probably, I'm going to say it, the most clutch potential on this team from what we've seen in recent times.
Right, recently I've got to be the most impressed with Kusta of all things. When you look at Gen G, it's like Som, the upcoming young star, Bentet, the international talent, Automatic, the major winner, or Daps, the IGL, and then Kusta. Kusta seems to have his name in the spotlights more than anybody else at the moment for this team. So let's see if he can do much from Palace. Gets his first kill, and Automatic's able to lend a helping hand there, clearing underneath the balcony. Vanity, yet again, coming in from CT spawn. But whoa, Janji, that's off of Catwalk that he's actually been able to stop the bomb plant. So now the round falls into a pace where Chaos can still manage this. It's a 2 versus 4, and they have done so much damage to what's left of Gen G. But Daps, he could have their back, as he's already inside jungle. And if Janji doesn't clear this as he's coming out from connector, then all of a sudden Chaos could lose. But with 8 seconds left over, they have to make their play. And Daps, he's gonna clear that first one. Oh my god! Down to the wire. We're talking 21 health combined for Gen G, and yet they still find their 4th round.
Everybody and their grandmother knows that it's a nightmare to try to plant a bomb on the A site, but when you have this smoke down and the man advantage, you think, okay, it's not so bad being the bomb planter. Janji's like, hell no. I'm gonna stop this bomb plant. I'm gonna rip to shreds the other player that tries to put the bomb down. I'm gonna kill the connector player who was meant to be a catch-all trap to defend against this push, and then I'm still gonna lose. I don't know how it goes that way, but with no time left over, we have a spot played in CT spawn that wouldn't have been played if there was a bit more time, and everything just falls into place for Gen G right at the end of it. But Chaos, they were in such a perfect position to straight up win. I mean, Daps even winning his duel, Mac 10 versus Mac 10 and Ripped versus 100 HP player and connector with an M4, and ends up winning that duel. Both things had to go perfectly, and yeah, just get your Powerball tickets bought, Gen G, because you guys are got the luck of a lottery winner right now. It's a pistols for Think Chaos in response to this. Yeah,
go on. Pistols in response.
Betway odds.
Sorry, I baited you.
Wow.
I baited you right at the worst possible moment, Mohan. Please accept my apology, friend.
That's okay.
I was gonna say 2 bullets. That's literally what makes the difference, because 1 shot to either of those 2 teams, 2 bullets could have made Chaos on the board early. But hold on, this one out of nowhere. Just Zeppa and Steel connecting the headshots off of the pistols. This is a chance. I mean, why not? In one of these upset rounds, try to slip one past Gen G. They haven't looked invincible. Zeppa, he's going to swing out. Now Vanity off of jungle as well. Daps has to do it again. He is the reason that they cleared connector and won the last round. And this time, he doesn't have a teammate to work with. He doesn't have a teammate in sight. He is all on his own with 10 seconds yet again, and he gets blindsided. Big round from Zeppa, stepping it up, taking Palace, coming back with the Kalashnikov, and just clearing out these T's.
The last thing I would have expected would be the redemption arc of that story, that tragic story on the last round, to be an Ego 1 in the following. This is pretty nuts. They are comfortable holding down the A site from all of these recidivist positions, and it's leaving Gen G scratching their heads. They're going to be buying up, both teams, but Chaos have the benefit of doing it while saving in that last round. Bentet pushed out of position. Janji, don't know if he heard him fall into CPL. We'll drop a Molotov on the fallback and make sure there's no B push to couple with it. A bit of a reset, but this is an important piece of map control that Gen G have gained. Bentet, he can add a lot to this round. The reason that CPL is so important, of course, is because you compromise window, you compromise jungle, and you compromise, of course, cat. All at once, even if you don't peek, as long as they know you're there.
Oh, damn, Steel. He hits 2 op shots, almost baited out by Saw. Gave him notice with the shadow. Remember as well, Bentet, well, he's been able to creep into the window room, and Steel's screwed. But Leaf does lock down the ramp exit, and that's a big play to be making because all of a sudden you've got what's left of Gen G split. And for those of you guys that don't know Chaos too intimately, well, Zeppa, he proved to us last week he is the real deal. He performs despite the opponent. Losses versus Furia, MIBR, they still had Zeppa finding frags. And the question is, can Leaf be that same thing? Even younger is he, 16 years of age, trying to lock down this bomb site. He serves as distraction as John G comes in, and that's the retake for Chaos. That's 2 consecutive rounds, still at half the score of Gen G, sure enough. But you know the nature of these. They have been down to the wire.
Of course, the towering problem for Gen G in this matchup is just simply that Chaos have so much talent across the board. And it's not to say that Gen G do not, but sometimes in these defaults, we're seeing these trades are being won, things are being watched, and it's all on an individual level. So on the CT side, there are no weak points for Chaos. This is how Steel builds the team, of course, and he himself is no slouch, scoring an ace last time they played on Mirage, I think, versus Team Liquid. He is also going to be a player to contribute in terms of kills no matter what. And yeah, that's just one of the problems that Gen G will have to overcome in this series. Oh, a deep Molotov to try to split the offense. And it looks like a very worthwhile Molotov to throw. They do good damage. They kill players on both sides. They push them into the crossfire. It's another great hold from the CT side to look back on.
Oh, but Daps individually had a little bit of a chance there. John G
shots to be able to net a frag if possible, and Device back against the wall, USP in hand, and 2 players peeking will take him down, not allowing him to get a kill. Dupree chimes in, he was fantastic on that first map. Magisk will also grab a headshot, and that leaves it a 3-on-2 situation that suddenly becomes 2-on-2. Magisk hit slightly low. The Dodo has the bomb, and he's trying to plant it. Magisk, he gets all of the kills. He cannot be stopped. This was a fantastic start for Saw to get that much map control, that many kills, and then all of it to be in vain, of course, as so much damage goes the way of Astralis towards the end, making that an easier round to win. You think when Device dies at the back of Ivy, there's no chance for him. Here's that instant replay we're going to check out. Magisk, because he really just handles all of these different fights. Obviously, the IGL right now for Astralis, it's got to be a frustrating thing, especially when you come that close to winning a pistol round. You know, I famously played against iBuyPower a long time ago, and with my team, and it was a very humble team. We played in a qualifier tournament, and we won both pistols versus iBuyPower and lost 16-2. And that tells you a lot about how sometimes easy it can be to win a pistol round, even if you're playing against a better team. So that may be Saw's, one of their only chances to get a head start in this game. Yugi and Dupree firing off with the SMGs. Lots of money made here. Only 1 kill going to the M4. But overall, Saw, 2 kills in the round so far. Deagle still on the board. Chance for Arky to make it a majority death round. This would be fantastic, of course, for the T side. And keep the CT economy honest. One of the most important stats in these early rounds when we're playing CSGO is how many kills can you get with those pistols and force rebuys. If you kill only 2, they don't have to rebuy. They can always afford to rebuy. If you kill 3, that's when things get a bit hairy, and the T's can keep the CTs within 1 of saving. At this moment, Astralis up now 2-0. They maintain the 3 alive. They upgrade a couple of guns, and they've got some money left over in the bank. Saw will try to net a bomb plant if possible. They've upgraded to just P250s in this moment. And I think the biggest travesty of all in that pistol round was the fact that they couldn't get the all-time. Ultimately, Snappy now pushing out, getting a lot of information, but the information is not worth the price of his life. He ends up dying. The fast flank is here, but with his teammate dead, Dupree is now in a precarious his spot. He does not want to fall, but he won't. He's got 3 kills with this SMG. Oh my god, the ace! All ready to kick things off. Dupree, fantastic plays by him. And again, if he dies, 3v5 instantly. His Snappy's dead on the inside. They can push to inner or outer, and both sides can be relatively weak. A really, really rough start here for Saw, as Dupree just lines him up and knocks him down like bowling pins. Fantastic work from him with this MP9. That is just beautiful. And again, one of the only silver linings for Astralis in their match versus NIP a little bit earlier. So we're getting positioning here to set up for the outside smokes. There are CTs crossing throughout outside, trying to recollect some information, trying to reclaim some information. I should say, Magic in the front of the sandwich smoke, kind of behind behind blue, looking to make sure nobody's in Olaf. This is the kind of thing you need to do on CT side when teams throw this first layer exec, and Device opens up the round for Astralis in total with this hot frag. Try peek down Ivy. No chance for our men back there. This leaves Saw in a very tough spot. So how do they make up ground now? They are going to move out throughout the box halls. They've still got presence at Ivy, which I really appreciate. Sometimes teams, when they get thinned down in a lead like this, they jump too quickly to trying to pull off lurks. In this case, it feels like Saw are looking quite composed and are still thinking about how to carefully approach map control. No team is perfect, especially not Astralis at the moment, and they should always hold out hope that they can force Astralis to make a mistake. And so here's Roman trying to get some of that information. Fortunately, Dupree, kind of one of the best ladder players, and one of the worst threats they can actually have in a fight. Man, he is doing so much work. Those are the 2 frags that'll really wrap this up. Magis chimes in as well, finally getting his kill on Olaf, leaving just to work this out for the man. Seems like his time is limited. Device begins the round and ends it. Deagle kill to his name. And it's a tough spot because on one perspective, if you come into the game expecting to lose, you're going to play scared, and if you play scared, you play predictably. If you play predictably, you will lose, and that's what Astralis are hoping. On the other hand, if you rush too often, you maybe give up chances to get kills, which keeps rounds close, which ultimately breaks down the CT economy, but you've got to have this balance between the both to be able to have an overall sustainable path to victory, and so Saw needs to make sure they keep the tempos changing throughout this half, even if they are a little bit nervous. That's some great damage here, as we can see by the new but exactly how much damage is dealt from those nades and Device. Another opening off frag, opening oak frag, and Magic Boy as well will rise in tandem with that kill to make this round look pretty good here for Astralis. Yugi is a next line of defense at the top of Ivy. He's been relegated to the Falmus. Great grenades come with the jersey, I guess. He drops one at the back of Ivy. It does one hell of a lot of damage. And there is a boost up on Ivy, just preying on the thought that Yugi might overextend. Just a bit too much. And look at this. Device, he's in the box halls. He's got an AWP he's looking to push, potentially. And Muterus, does he know what's coming? Oh my god, do his op senses tingle enough? Muterus, instant Tech 9 headshot as you see the little T-cap pop up at the bottom of his scope. That is quite a funny sight. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And Muterus now in a 3v3 situation with an op recovered does make this a precarious spot for Astralis. They've rotated everybody inside. Yugi is playing flex in the Z, thinking about how to assist with the ladder cross, and Snappy looks like he's done believing that it's inside. Just in time for Saw to actually rotate out. He'll also get a kill from his new position in Ivy, and yeah, this is where things could potentially go from bad to worse. I think the off is in the right hand, so maybe Muterus, he can make a case for himself. But no, it's going to be Snappy to grab all 3. Comes off the back of fantastic rotates from Astralis to adjust by going from inside to outside. They have a good read on the situation at all times, and it feels like they're following Saw, no matter where they're going. In that moment, they had the rotate inside with 3. As soon as Saw said, "Okay, let's not go inside," it might be a bit obvious. Saw went back to ladder, back to T-Con, and Astralis were right there waiting for them at every single turn. So they're definitely playing a good read game right now. Astralis instantly on fire with a quick 5-0 start into this match. Now Dupree dropping the nade into the back of T-Con. Yugi pushing up box halls with the AWP. Fire lands at his feet. Ooh, player goes flying across Device's screen, and the badminton reactions are not quite enough to be able to catch that kill. So Dupree here as the forward man outside. This is a mercenary. He's always alone. He's going to be in ladder sometimes. He can't always expect to get traded, but you want to put one of your best fraggers. Entry fraggers are great here. We know Fur famously has championed this position, Dupree as well, and these are players that are going to consistently win fights, and that's kind of all you want. Players who don't expect help. They aren't the needy. They're kind of like self-activating units of destruction. Dupree, he's going to get the first kill off of an assistance flash, drop a Molotov to push them back, deny information, but it looks like he doesn't want to just deny information. He wants to get some information for himself as well. However, Roman will punish him for that peek, and this opens up the round a bit more for Saw. Device, wow, that was a chance to take out Just if he had been there just a moment sooner. Yuki can't trade in this situation and actually push the CTs back a little bit, and the two new guys on the team, Snappy and Yuki, are going to